Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, guys? What's that? Second stream in one day? I know. Isn't that just crazy? Isn't that just crazy? 2 streams, 1 day. How we doing? Hello, hello. So we're back with another challenger bracket. I'm waiting for the bracket to be updated and people to check in. So give it a couple moments, guys. And we'll get we should be able to get this going. But yeah, obviously we just got to wait for people to check in and everything, so we'll give it a couple moments and make sure that everything is good. So we're just chilling for a moment or two, basically. TLDR or TLDL. Too long didn't listen. How lucky are we with 2 streams in 1 day? I know. What do you think sounds more impressive, doing 2 streams in 1 day or doing a 7-hour stream though? Because like last month we did 7-hour streams like non-stop, but then I actually think if I did those 7-hour streams split into 2 and was like, yeah, I stream twice a day for like the entirety of December, people would be like, whoa, Wardy has even more passion than I gave him credit for, you know? Like, it's one of those just dumb, like, the way you phrase the same amount of work, but we phrase it differently. And you get credited for more. Yeah. Oh, hello, guys. So we're just chilling for a couple moments. Like I say, a bracket is going to get made. I'm not going to show the bracket yet because people are not checked in, etc., or they are, and so basically it's going to change still, is what I'm getting at. Or it's very likely to change still, so expect changes to be made. So that's why I'm not going to show it on screen just yet. Once people have checked in, maybe I can show it on screen. We can have a look at some of the players who are playing. I think we've actually just done check-ins, so maybe, just maybe, cool. Cool. Alright, so, my friends, how are we doing? We are going to be on a live bracket, so let's have a peek at this together and pick what match we want to cast together as well, shall we? So, we've got Inexorable Art, Patches, Creature, Fiant, Triple, FD Click, MJG, Luna C, Sebezdes, Let Alex, Foxer, Ashbringer, Minizerg, Milky Cow, Honmono, Azuro, Defiance. Pretty cool bracket, like a few names in here who I feel like could make a pretty cool run. Obviously, like, these challenger brackets are not going to have any of the heavy hitters, guys, right? So, you know, when you can, go into it kind of considering that, pretty cool bracket. So, if this is the final bracket, Chef Fiant actually sounds kind of fun, honestly. Maybe that'd be kind of a cool one to go get some Zerg games in. Maybe something like that. Something like that could be kind of cool. So, yeah, I see them both online as well. Like, hell yeah, let's do that. I love it. Cool. Yeah, let's do that. I like this idea a lot, actually. Big fan. Big fan of the plan. Alright, let's do the Fiant vs. Creature matchup to start us off. I like it. Beautiful. So we'll get into that in a few moments and get this ready to go. Appreciate you guys dropping by, hanging out, and being with us. And yeah, hi. We are going to be kicking this off. I'm loving how many people are signed up today. It's nice to see. Obviously, this is the open bracket, so you don't need any membership or anything to take part. But yeah, it's great to see so many players signed up. Like I say, fun bracket. Excited to see who's going to scrap over those bottom spot, those lower bracket spots. You say bottom. The lower bracket spots in the Ladder Legends Championship bracket, and that's obviously what this is all for. If you guys want to find out more about the OSC Championship in general, I will already give you guys the link for that in the chat with the ! OSC command on Twitch. If you want to check that out, you can do so. Seek. Loving it. Alrighty, guys, so kick this off. Yeah, so we'll go Creature Fian, guys. They're just videoing. Fian needs a couple minutes, but that's okay. We can chill a couple minutes and just hang out and so on. I'm gonna run some ads, guys, on Twitch just because it'll give us basically 45 minutes ad-free. So if we want to, if we have like a quicker first game, we really don't need to run ads for a little while, basically. So we'll do that, and then we'll kind of just set up and go from there. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Loving it. Loving it with a capital love. How you guys all feeling? Is anything else on right now? I don't know if anyone else is streaming stuff. It's kind of a weird time of the year. Like, we've got some OSC stuff. I don't know what to do next weekend, guys. So next weekend, I'm going to be taking the Friday off, but I don't know what to do on the Saturday and the Sunday. I know the big Gabe Cup's on, so I know, like, I imagine someone's going to be casting that, but, like, I feel like maybe run a... I kind of want to run like a 2-player, just like a 2-day little tournament or something, like little, it's like small invitation, something pretty chill. It's not OTT or super crazy, like, you know what I mean, like something that's not like overly like busy or full, but like and not. Yeah, it's kind of weird because like a lot of the month is really accounted for, so I don't really want to run like a bigger tournament. Obviously, we maybe. Yeah, maybe I could. There's a few days that are empty. Maybe we could do a WardiTV January Cup and just do something like that. That actually might be a good idea. We could do qualifiers next weekend. Kind of fun. Maybe we'll do that because there's actually a few days kind of near each other that are pretty empty, so we could maybe get some stuff organized. That might be nice. And then just, that'd be a good, like... I think that'd be a good level of content as well, like, you know, some 3 to 4 hour streams, some group stages and stuff. I think that could be kind of fun. King of the Hill is always fun. I don't run King of the Hill. That's OSC. So I don't think King of the Hill runs during OSC Championship because the new season doesn't start. If I'm pretty sure, or something like that. Something to that effect. So yeah, we'll maybe do like a little WardiTV January. I've been thinking about what to do because I just have like I don't have a lot of empty days this month because I'm also traveling to Home Story Cup. I'm traveling to a Pokemon event. And I want to take some more kind of time chilled out as well, but like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's like a solid like 6 days I maybe like to stream on, and like, it's actually a pretty good amount of time to maybe do a group stuff. The Hill's still 2 weeks away, there you go, see? Can't just demand King of the Hill, guys. Yeah. So yeah, no, we'll probably do like a little small WardiTV January event amongst the other things that are going on. And maybe do some qualifiers and stuff for it, it'd be cool. Be a pretty fun way to go about things, honestly. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Cool. So yeah, we're waiting for Fian and Creature. They're videoing. Fian needed a couple moments, guys, so you obviously give him a couple moments. We're just chilling, waiting for him to be ready to go, and then we'll be ready to go. Sort my hair out. Exciting. What's up, Limpwild on the YouTube? I'm so intrigued what the YouTube's gonna do. I decided to put the YouTube upload for the day up an hour early, which is an hour ago. I'm fascinated what it's going to do. A video an hour ago, a second stream of the day. I'm absolutely fascinated by the... absolutely fascinated by how this goes, honestly. Genuinely have no idea. Cool. I'm in a lobby. I'm in a lobby. Let's get this ready to go. I'm going to follow the winner of this into the next round as well. Because apparently it's a Terran, so I'm into that. Let's do it. They asked me if I would, and I like that. You know, they're passionate about being casted. That's exciting. So we're going to just do Creature Fiant, winner versus our boy after. Yeah, I'm into this. Beautiful. Let's do it. Winter Madness is going to start us off today, guys. Algorithmic Nightmare incoming. You know, sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat. I'm like, the YouTube algorithm's being messed with. The uploads aren't on time. This is why, you know, you guys know those movies where like the robots fight back or they become sentient? That's the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm becomes sentient and it hates us because it's like, all I wanted was you for you to upload your one video a day at the same time, and you just kept changing things. We don't like change. They just blow us up or something. I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. Let's go talk about some StarCraft 2. I'm a bit better at that. As in the bottom right, we've got Creature. Creature is a player I've not heard of in a long time. American Protoss player. Used to cast his games a fair amount when I did more of the NA like qualifiers and so on. But I have not casted a Creature game. I would not be surprised if I hadn't casted a Creature game in like over 2 years or something, you know? Like, maybe it hasn't actually been that long, but like, it feels like it could be that long without really kind of, you know, being super ridiculous about that statement, honestly. So, yeah. I kind of like it, honestly. Kind of like it. Let's, see how he does against Fiant, someone who we do get to cast a little bit more often, but not super often either, right? Like, at the end of the day, Fiant is someone we see a good amount, but definitely, you know, we would not mind seeing more of. A Swedish young Zerg player who has been always fun at Home Story Cups, has had school a lot of the times, so can't play through the week, which is when a lot of my tournaments happen, so you can't always participate. So, yeah. But yeah, cool to have Fiant here with us for some qualifier action today. Very excited about that, actually. I think we're in for a fun little time, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I think we're going to have a good one as we get ready to kick this off and see what's going to happen in amongst some ZVP. I'm going to jump on Belair's cam. Man, I've not casted a series with Belair in the lobby for like over a year as well. Belair's a German streamer. He's been streaming a long time. I mean, back when I first went to a Home Story Cup, I met Belair and I was like, man, it's so freaking cool. I'm meeting all the people that I talk to and do stuff with all the time, and like it was just cool, you know. So yeah, exciting day. A day of memories and history, I guess, right now. As we look to kick this off and we look to get this started and we figure out what the heck we are going to actually get into. Ooh, my goodness, what a day, what a day, what a day. So yeah, I'm going to jump on the Belair cam and I'm going to let him do some observing because I'm not going to lie, I've just had tea. I'm full, my tummy's full, and I'm probably not going to pay good focus to the observing. I'll just be straight up and honest with you guys, so with that in mind, we will try not to make your life miserable. This and everything, we'll jump on the Belair cam, and then we can move around a little bit ourselves as well if we spot something else going on. Once you redeem your watch streak, it starts over at 0? No, surely not. There's no way. As here, what's up, Deadman Tim? Thank you so much for the 25 stream watch streak. Oof. And before I fall asleep mid-cast. This Wardy guy's a bit old nowadays, huh? Yeah, falling asleep, you know, these evening streams, just can't do them no more. Yeah, your watch streak should absolutely continue, because it's, I've seen people who originally shared the 3 watch streak, then shared another one, etc, etc. Like, I'm 99% sure it doesn't reset. It would make no sense as well. It's like, you have a watch streak, but not if you tell other people that you do. It's like, this thing only exists in secrecy. You reveal its whereabouts, and you are done for. Your watch streak is going to leave you, and it's not coming back. Yeah, that'd be a little bit wild, wouldn't it? I could imagine it would bug out. I mean, maybe that's more realistic. Like, a new feature on Twitch bugged out, and they never fixed it yet. That would make sense. You share because Twitch told you to. Yeah, that's Twitch's plan. They get you to share your watch streak so they can cancel it. They don't have to store the count on the servers anymore. Bam! That's the money saver. Alright. Let's, we got an Oracle out. We got PvZ early game, guys. We ain't missing too much just yet. Pretty chilled stuff. For the moment, as the assimilator comes down, we got ourselves the Fortunate Twilight Council coming through for a few moments. We just have a couple of Oracles gathering together. They're going to go moving across to the top side of the map. So they're going to get moving. They're going to get in action. We're going to figure out what we can do here for these next, next few moments. As we figure this out and get this all underway. Oracles are going to try and activate for another drone or two. Fiant is always a fun player. I always feel like Fiant has some very interesting takes on the game, but at the same time, I think sometimes I see Fiant always against like the other pros and stuff, right? That's the games of Fiant we end up casting a lot of. I think when he plays against those guys, he does level up that kind of like sneaky kind of game plan, that kind of like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to play like that, I'm going to try and catch you off guard, etc, etc, etc. I don't think that's as much of a factor when Fiant plays against, yeah, I don't think that's as much of a factor when Fiant plays against some players who he probably feels are a bit more towards his level and so on. I think that's where you see Fiant maybe leaning a bit more into the macro stuff and the more straight up stuff, which, for the moment at least, that definitely seems like what we're doing right now. As that Evo Chamber comes in, we'll get a bit of a better idea as to what exactly is going on. As Adepts get about 4 drones, so that's actually really not bad, combined with the 3 drones from the Oracles, which are now going to be 2 more on top of that. Sorry, it's actually more Adepts over here that are going to be dealing the damage, so they're going to hit, and they're going to hit pretty darn hard. So that's going to be 7 drones in quick succession. Those Adepts end up going toward the main base, and then will get cleaned up. So that is going to be a pretty successful storyline. Those Adepts really do deliver a bit of a punch right there to start us off. Some missiles, Roach, Speederino, all being added on. The few drones and the extractors coming up as well. The hatchery continues through, add a couple more roaches up into play for the moment. And those oracles just going to activate as they go in after a few of them cheeky little lings. So a few lings getting taken out, and just going to get pushed back. A couple of pylons coming down here from creatures we set up on this right-hand side. A couple of Archons, the +1 attack, and that charge continue to build on in for the moment. We still have the Spire, the Hatchery, the 10 Roaches, the +1 missiles, and Roach speed. Little bits of everything just on the way up for the current moment in time. A couple of Archons will drop down. The Roaches will start to take some damage. Roaches will be there, and we do have a couple more Zealots now opening as well. So 5 additional Zealots continue to come up. The Archons will go and swing at the Hatchery. So the Hatchery coming through. A few Roaches continue to trade and fight and battle and all the rest of it. Just for a couple of moments there, we are going to be seeing those Archons. Well, obviously the Zealots get taken out, but the Archons can still pack a punch, and obviously you got the safety of jumping back into the Warp Prism as necessary. The end behind all of this is just on his way to that Spire, though, and if he gets up to those mutas, that's going to be a big opening and a huge option for him to get into a great position in this game and to make things happen. So definitely thinking that's kind of on the cards here. There's a few Lings nibble up at that next on the right side. Again, the Prism coming over. A couple Oracles nearby. The Roaches are moving through. And we just see a couple of Zealots still swinging through the Lings. Archon. Was there an Archon that died there? Oh, sorry. It was just a Stalker. For some reason, I thought it was an Archon that died. I'm just blind. I mean, the Roaches show up. They put a bit of pressure on. More than anything, you're forcing units right now to deal with these Roaches. And the reality is that you're actually heading directly into those mutas. And that's your main priority. Getting into those mutas and looking to try and make something happen from that is more than likely going to be the biggest game plan here. As those mutas come up, the Roaches continue through. And we wait to see just what comes next for us here. +2 attack and blink all on the way out. The Immortal and the High Templar still being brought in as well. The few mutas are going to get on top of the Archons because we just didn't realize the mutas were coming. So the lack of preparation there is going to be extremely costly. That's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt pretty darn hard, honestly. So that unfortunately does cost you quite a bit. That's unfortunate. Not exactly what you wanted to see right there at the end of the day. He's going to continue through, and a couple more of those probes still going down, so we continue to dish out the hurt right there. A few more probes going down, 7 workers are remaining. The meter is going to dive over toward the main base now as well. So they're just going to come straight through over in this direction. The Roaches will gather up. We'll get ready to resume as you just see the Roaches going to get in. I mean, that's a lot of probes going down, plus the mutas obviously harassing elsewhere, so we're just doing a good job of this, I think, across the board at the moment. He's just going to jump onto Pylon. Archon going down. I mean, this is just falling apart for Creature. Obviously, a lot of worker damage being done here at this stage, so a lot being done. Just going to be seeing there's a couple of Zealots coming through. They're just going to go in after those Roaches. We do see the Immortal is about to go down as well. I do think Fiant is looking to be a little bit too much on this one. The couple of Zealots continue to drop, and that is going to be the rest of this all getting cleaned up. I mean, the mutas are still active as well. They're hitting the Nexus there, which was a mistake, obviously. Now I'm going to turn onto the Phoenix, which they'll kill. I mean, these mutas are such low HP. I don't think Fiant really cares about mutas anymore. He's going to let them die if he needs to, or if they do die, they do. If they don't, they don't. At this stage, he's just massing Roaches and ending this game with just a swarm of units that will not be stopped. Fiant going full Zerg mode to get the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 opening matchup today in our second open qualifier for the OSC Championship. We got one more challenger bracket tomorrow as well, so looking forward to that. On top of everything else, loving it. Feeling good today, guys. I don't know. Enjoying StarCraft. I'm enjoying chill at StarCraft as well. December was such a month of like, oh my god, we're casting the 2025 championship. Every match is cool and important. Especially towards the tail end, like I feel like we didn't have a single stream. It was like, well, this is just some cool games today. It's like, no, these are epic games and they are very important and we must talk epically and excitedly about every single one of them. So, yeah. Alright, we will kick this off as we get ready to go. And we'll start this in just a couple of moments. And get this ready to start up for the Loco raid. Ugh, I feel so bad because I was going to raid Loco earlier when I went offline and I didn't. And now I have the embarrassment of Loco raiding me, doing what I did not do to him. Bad friend right there. Thank you for the raid, Loco, and welcome everyone from the Loco stream. I'm Wardy, and we're casting some OSC Championship Challenger bracket games right now. I knew I should have gone for Loco instead of Lambo. It just felt like, you know, Loco already has the MMR advantage over Lambo, so I was like, give Lambo the viewer advantage for a couple hours. Mistakes were made. What's up, everyone? Again, hope we're all doing well. We are casting some OSC Challenger bracket actions, so that's what we're up to. Hello. Good to see you. And yeah, we're in our first match of the day, so we're going into game number 2. Let's kick this off and get this one rolling. Let's go. It's Creature versus Fian in our opening round. So this qualifies people into the OSC Championship, guys, which is a big tournament that happens every January. I'll put a link in the chat to let you guys read more about it if you're interested. But yeah, it's basically a big tournament that happens through the year. Bunch of little small tournaments build up the points, and the points qualify players through, and this is like a last chance kind of set of qualifiers for players who maybe want to try and make a final effort or so to try and make it into the championship. So yeah, with that said, we are pretty much ready to resume. And let's get at it with a little bit of top right Protoss action. In the red, it is going to be Creature, and he's taking on the yellow Zerg in the bottom left with a 1-0 lead. It is Fiant. Someone me and Loco cast at Home Story Cup a fair amount. Like I say, he's always at that Home Story Cup and just isn't playing too much else otherwise. Like he plays in a lot of the online stuff that I just don't cast because my stream times are through the day, through the week, and most of the time that's when Fiant just can't play. So he's one of the players I know about a fair amount, but then I don't cast anywhere near as much of as I probably should be. So, forgive me, Fiant, for I have sinned. As we actually have a hatchery on the proxy, so Fiant gonna do a little bit of Fiant, and like, when I talked in the first game, I mentioned how this guy is someone who does mix it up, and he does get a little bit cheesier sometimes. He does kind of have some cool builds and ideas, and that's exactly what he's gonna go for here. Throwing this hatchery down straight away, proxying that up. To be fair, these proxy hatches have become so popular again lately for Zergs. I feel like Shin has led the charge with it, but a lot of the Zergs really have just been like, you know what, yeah, proxy hatching right now, pretty cool way to throw the Protoss player off their game, throw them into a game situation that they're just not expecting to deal with or not able to deal with. I think the coolest part is we've seen a lot of variations from it, which keeps it very fresh, and it keeps it in a state where it's very difficult to really know and kind of figure out how you're going to really deal with things, so well, I guess let's see what happens as we have Hatchcast Spool all coming up, drone on the way, the Adept on the way up, Proby building as well. We'll just have our drone in the end gets cancelled because we saw that hatchery early and the response was adequate in the sense of just pulling enough probes plus that Zealot building to get the cancel early. And so you don't really have to change too much overall here to kind of just be kind of on track with where you know, with well, basically where we are right now, I guess. But kind of to where you typically would want to be. So pretty well handled, I would say, from Creature. He does not let Fiant really dictate the game early on too much. I was just going to be seeing the Adept and the Zealot going across to the other side. So they're going to start moving for a couple of seconds. We do just see the Queens and the Ling speed coming up and online. The drones are on the way through too. The Stargate also building. That Nexus coming online as well. And yeah, Warpgate is going to be very much so on its way out as we speak also. So a lot of that coming straight into play right now. Again, that Ling speed coming up, so we just got that on the go. And yeah, with the Stargate coming online, a very standard setup from Creature in the first few moments. Portal Chrono Boost, the warp gate coming over. Again, just going to be seeing the gateway and the pylon. Continue to build by for now. Link speed coming up, a couple Lings and Queens all building through, the extractor on the way. And yeah, we keep on Chrono Boosting for a couple of moments there as we still have the Link speed building up. On the bottom side, it is just going to be the couple of Adepts that get rid of the drone and the extractor that was trying to build up as well. It's just dealing with that. Again, those few Lings are going to get straight onto those rocks, a little creep team on the ramp. And the Adepts so far not really able to find much of an opening to do anything. This fan just takes the third base and goes from there. Two more gateways are going to begin to build. Again, just going to see that Twilight Council coming through, the Probe and the Adept coming up, the Warp Gate on the way by as well. So a lot of that just coming straight on in currently. Portray is there to keep a few of the Zerglings back into, again, just kind of create map control. You can go out and try and hunt some Overlords. Going to make the Void Ray. That's kind of what you want to do. At the very least, get that on the go. You're going to deny vision. You're going to make it hard for your opponent to see what's up. In this case, we're going to try and take advantage of that by building the Resonating Glaives as well. So we get that Glaive started out straight away here. So we started with the Glaives. And we will see what Fan's preparation is. He's building a spine already. That's kind of wild that we're building a spine crawler like this early on, but honestly, why not? Because in this scenario, like, it's going to keep him very safe. I mean, why not is because you could actually have like an extra drone for a while, and you maybe just don't need to be doing this right now. So that is why not, quite frankly. But I guess we will see in a second here how this goes. That Glaive's coming up, the Lair coming through. The Spine Crawl continue to come in as well, so we get all of that going as the setup just continues for a moment or so. You can see there's a couple of Adepts warping in. Obviously, Glaive's ready soon, but man, 10 Roaches now on the way. And the Lair ready too, so we'll see. Just honestly, I think so much preparation here made from Fiant. The Creature's Adept build is not looking too hot right now. Not really loving where this one is off to super early on, in all honesty. Coin's going to be there. Voidray will take a few shots as well, so a few more hits coming straight out right now. Just going to see the Adepts are going to shade over onto this hatchery, and that hatchery is already going to be taking some damage as well, so a few more shots just coming straight through on that on top of everything else. And the Roaches and the Queens are going to be there to push these away. Now, obviously, we can try and shade past, but because I think the big issue here is because you're already very well prepared and you have so many units, this is the case, right? You're not running around crazy after these Adepts, so jumping onto them in their next shade is already, much more easily done. Adepts into the main base, just going to try and do a little extra here. I think, to be fair, in the end, we're finally going to find 4 drones, so we actually do find a little bit of damage. The rest of the Adepts going to come back at the front where there's already a couple of Queens waiting for us. There's a couple of Adepts back down in the natural as the shade comes through. We have transfusions, so these Queens should not go down, but we're maybe buying enough time to get Blink up. That obviously gives you a good defense against an attack, or it will help you against an attack, which I think is what we're going for here as Fiant. I mean, he didn't drone for a long time. He's going to drone a little bit now, but surely we send some amount of units across the map. We're going to morph the Ravagers, which is very suggestive of that as well, but not still quite a guarantee. Like I say, he's drawn a little bit. Maybe he just feels like he's got enough units, but he's made a lot of units to not go across the map. He's probably just going to raid for Roach speed. And he's just droning now to start establishing economy behind this, but then obviously every moment you wait, you're giving your opponent more time, and in this case, we're going to get to Blink already. Roach speed will be finishing very soon then. A little bit of Ling Ravager still coming up as well. It's just going to get all that on the way. The Roach Ravager coming through. The Ling's getting in there for a little pick off. And we've seen the Adept at the front goes down. So this is the moment where you're really looking for damage here as Fiant. Now the Stalkers do have Blink available, so that is going to be on the cards for what we can do here. And try and blink a little bit as we settle down. What is our approach on this one? As just going to see that Roach Ravager continuing through. A couple of Stalkers. Going to keep on warping in. I mean, it feels like the Ling's on top of this, and that's just going to be GG. Fiant with a bit too much. I think at the end of the day, I mean, obviously, you have a good amount of Stalkers out, but it's just you've invested into Resonating Glaive Adepts, and you've built a bunch of Glaive Adepts. They don't really achieve anything, and because you've not really achieved anything with them, you're just behind on your build order, so everything kind of leaves you back and leaves you behind on where you were at. Unfortunately, that's going to become very costly for you in the end, and that's going to be the resulting GG coming on through and coming out on that one. So that wraps up that. What is next for us? We're going to follow the winner into the match versus Inexorable because they asked me to cast them, and apparently I've never casted them. In fact, I am the only caster who has never casted them. Is their claim? That's their claim. Now I'm not gonna say that's the case. I mean, I don't know if they've actually checked on every caster ever of all time, but we can fix that belief at least right now, as we'll jump into this in a couple of moments. So we'll kick this off and go Fiant versus Inexorable in just a few moments, guys. I'll get this ready to go, and you guessed it, it's gonna be another go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alright. Fiant versus Inexorable coming up, guys. I'll just run some ads just to get them out of the way, and we can continue through, get this going. I love it. I'm feeling it. I'm vibing with it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Right, so yeah, they should be vetoed up. We should be able to kick this off in a sec. And we'll get this one on the go. And yeah, go into some TVZ, if I'm not mistaken. Any other results? Click beating MJG. Lilat Alex are going to be playing Foxy, who got a walkover. Honmon are going to play at UED Soldier. So a few players kind of getting through their first round and into the next already. So a couple matches already kind of progressing. And obviously a bunch of matches in that second round already kind of set to kind of go. Just waiting on those. So obviously get some more love as well. Beautiful. All right. Okay, so we're pretty much set to roll out here. Inexorable says, Loco has never cast me too. Right, well that's it, guys. You heard it here. Loco is just going to have to get the replays of this series, and he's just going to have to cast it, because that we're both being called out on this one. I love it. All right. Yeah, see, you know, if Loco hasn't done something, I can't feel at fault for it, because Loco is such a good guy that if he didn't do, if I'm doing the same as Loco or not doing the same things that Loco didn't do, like, I can't get in trouble, you know? Like, Loco doesn't get in trouble for anything. He's too much of an adult, you know? So, yeah, I think we're safe. All right, we'll get into this in a few moments, guys, and see what we can get up to on whatever map it will be. Getting excited to see kind of who gets deep in this qualified day. I actually think it's a very fun group of players that we've got participating. Very, very exciting. Cool. Cool. I always love it when I open my groups tab on NA, and I'm like, I see some of these leagues from way back when. It's like, oh my god. Even just the SE2 improved group is quite the throwback. Back in my day. So sick. All right, we're kicking this off. We're gonna get into Inexorable versus Fiantia, guys, in just a couple seconds. Ready this up, and yeah, we can go. We can go. Let's go onto the loading screen. 10,000 feet, Inexorable versus Fiant. And let's see what we get. Let's see what the TVZ gives us. See what it's meant to be. In the bottom right-hand corner, we're going to start this off with the yellow Terran player. The man I've never casted. Inexorable. Playing some TVZ right here. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top left corner of the map. Gun 2 we've already talked a little bit about. Let's see what he wants to bring to this series. Excited to see what Inexorable does. Because it looks as though we're going to multi-Rex Reaper to start things off. Or maybe get a little bit weirder. Maybe rebuild, you know, the depot over there and we don't utilize it initially. Or we don't multi-Rex Reaper. We just... Excuse me. Maybe we don't multi-Rex Reaper. We just do the whole kind of shebang of like, I'm going to go and build a depot down here and this and that. And do a couple things. And... Okay, I don't know what I'm on about. Don't know what I'm trying to say is happening, but oh good. I guess TLDR. You build the depot down, you build the barracks, and you don't build the gas, and then you build the Marines. That's what I was trying to get. There's been a couple people who've done that lately, so. But the gas is already on the way up by the time I remembered what I was actually talking about, and so with that all considered, on we go without any real issue. Yeah, sometimes it's just good if I just shut up. Sometimes, you know, like real talk. Like sometimes I should just be quiet. There just ain't no need. Alright, well, we are off and away for this game number 1 with the Reapers. Starting up right here over on the low ground. Obviously, build them forward so you get across the map nice and quickly. It is just the 2-Rex. Obviously, see a good amount of 2-Rex Reaper nowadays. It's a pretty standard way to kind of play around with, so. Reapers on the way up, and we'll see if they can find any success in these early stages. Yeah, a couple of Queens coming about, 2 more Reapers building up just now. Get that all started as we just have the command center to follow. The link speed from Fiant is going to give him a nice kind of bit of setup on the game, but obviously that's going to be a while away yet. As the first Reaper shows up, gets a little grenade down on a couple of drones, some of the Zerglings stepping forward there, and the Reaper will start to play some back and forth with them for the few moments. And again, the couple of Lings will try and get there and try and deal with this Reaper. Extra Reapers still building up, and yeah, those 2 Reapers on the right side are just going to nibble at that hatchery, so hatchery already taking some damage, some shots coming through. Double engineering bay obviously does a lot to kind of move us along here, I guess, so just gives us the chance to kind of set up that kind of upgrades and obviously just move into the bio game. Reaper's doing a good job so far, honestly trading pretty darn well with these first few units, trading nicely, getting some good damage done. We did lose one, but a new Reaper shows up, so we can just pretend we never lost it. Yeah, he only built 3, guys. So yeah. Unfortunately loses one, but kind of gets back on track, and those Queens are low. We're going to dive in. We get 1. We're going to try and grenade for a second. It's going to be costly because we're going to lose every Reaper here, but there's no getting out of this one, I don't think. 1-1 coming in, command center building up. Rain and the SCV coming by, the drones and the Queens will continue across as well, so we keep that on the go for a couple moments just for now. Another one on this dim, building by right here. Just gonna have ourselves Queens coming through, the drones as well. Obviously with the one on this dim, I mean honestly, I don't hate where Inexorable has been early. His supplies a little bit down. Losing the Reapers obviously is a little unfortunate, but you kind of lose them at this point anyway, or they stay back at home for a while because the Lings have speed, so they can't really stay on the map. It's just, you know, sometimes it's nice to kind of keep them active and so on. The end of the world is just see the couple SCVs still rallying down to the low ground currently. It's just moving straight down over there. And yeah, a couple Queens coming up. The Baneling Nest is on its way in as well. Factory going to be a part of this is that orbital command also building. Over the next few moments, the Lings will still stay at the front with that. Bayonet's coming up. I was going to say, are we aggressive here? Like, surely not. It does not feel like we're looking to be aggressive, but at the same time, I'm like, we could be aggressive. No, maybe? Probably not. It's just such a weird Bane Nest, right? Like, it's a Bane Nest, there's no lair on the way, there's no Evo Chambers coming down. I think this is like a I'm freaking terrified ban list, right? Like this is the sort of ban list you put down where it's like, huh, you know what? I'm just got no idea what you're doing next. And the reality is this is triple command center. Like, there's a triple command center, so you do not have to be concerned at all just yet. Like, we're good. We're chilling. So yeah, right now we don't actually have to worry. And I mean, yeah, I mean, Fian's got to do something to actually upgrade his tech and to just kind of move along in this game. Otherwise, he's going to start ending up in some trouble here sooner rather than later. So, gotta try and fix that a little bit. Armory still coming up. The barracks, the SCVs, the Medivacs, and the Marines all continue through as well. Marines just chilling at the front. A few Zerglings going about as well here for now. Again, +2 attack and combat shield still building into play. You can see those few Banes are going to get morphed in as well. It's just going to bring those straight into action for a couple of moments. And yeah, the 2-2 continues up as well. So, that 2-2 starting. Bowling's going to get around the back. They're going to go in after that SCV for a few moments. And just have the couple of Marines still trying to get in after the Lings as well. So just trying to find everything that we can. The Marines going to stand strong for the moment. And the 2-2 still building the combat shield coming up as well. Again, a lot of that coming straight through for now. A lot of build up for next few moments. Marines looking to try and stem through with a little bit of Ling Bane. It's going to come running across as well here. So again, we set up for now. Get this going. Medivacs and Marines going back over. And yeah, these Marines I guess will unload and just kind of hold the map. And there's a few units counterattacking across the map, so they're looking to see if they can get up to anything for the next couple of moments as well. Seeing if there's any potential success to waiting to be found in amongst all of that opportunity. So, you know, we wait on that for a couple of moments. Try and decide what we want to do next. These Marines going to do a good job at denying some of the crew spread. We get a few free Lings here, yes, and then we just pick up against the Banes. Maybe could have target fired a couple down, but hard to really hate on that overall. Going to continue through. I'm just going to lift up. I'm just going to get out of there for a couple of moments, and we do back away from this for now. So again, just falling out, getting out of this, and resetting a little bit as we bring it back over. I'm just going to see the Link Banes still continuing through. Those melee upgrades all starting as well. I'm just going to be seeing 2-2 with the extra Marines also coming by for the next few moments. I'm just going to fire a couple of SCVs going down as well. So again, we will see that coming straight into play on this one, and we just have ourselves now these Lings continuing to come over and trying to get set up, just trying to find as much value as they can after those Marines, trying to stop that from kind of, you know, doing much else. There's drop from doing much else. They are going to be drones dying in the top right. The Ling counterattack has not done much, so next Rebel put on a pretty good showing of this just drop play at the moment, making sure that not too much else happens. A couple of Banes get sniped down already, but already 2-2 by the way. The build from Fian, like, I really feel like he was super afraid of what was happening, and the reality is nothing was really happening. 2-2 to against 0-0 right now in this fight as well. It's a pretty massive factor, as we do see Fian still able to take a decent fight, though. He will play cleanup. I mean, kind of crazy able to clean up with such bad upgrades. He killed a few SCVs in the end as well. We've got another round of Marines and tanks ready to go. If we can keep this momentum up, we're still on an upgrade lead here as the Terran player, so you still got opportunity to kind of keep this going, keep this moving, and all the rest of it. Tank siege, and we are pushing forward, so next Rebel still trying to push through. This is not like a big supply lead or anything, which is fine. Like, the supply is actually very respectable to kind of keep on playing. I mean, Fian's going to try and counterattack to it. To a success story. Oh my goodness, the depot was down. It was up. Well, it was never up, but the Lings left the kind of potential run-by. Run-by is huge. We're going to start turning around and deal with this. The run-by is really good. It absolutely slows Fian down. It completely slows the next Rebel down and puts him into a little bit of a rough position when he had so much momentum across the map and was setting up. He actually still left some Marines and Medivacs over here. He will stim, and he gets rid of a bunch of the Lings that are just kind of running through defensively. Banes will come in from the bottom side with more Lings. That's the point where you probably do just want to lift up and get out of here. Lift, leave. One of the Medivacs that was full was the low HP one, unfortunately, so that's going to go down immediately, and that's not great. You don't love to see that, as the rest of the Marines in the tank And we'll drop down once again. Those Marines gathering up. 2-2 upgrades still coming over. 3-3, an extra Marines building as well. Queens are good for that medevac that just floated a bit too far forward. We need to be careful about these Banelings. Trying to roll through, but not quite able to do enough just yet. A couple of Queens start going down. The Banes still trying to reach forward as well. Continue to split back. The Banes keep rolling through for now from both sides. And Extrable lifts off. Only 42 SCVs left in this game, though, and I fear that that's not going to be good enough for the long term. 42 SCVs, I just don't think gets it done in the grand scheme of things, and he's going to tree GG's. Fian is going to make it happen. This is a game where I didn't love Fian's build or setup, but he really kind of played himself back into this with the run buys and with the aggression and so on. And Inexorable, actually, I think had some good opportunities. Just need to, if he could sharpen up on the run buys, be a bit sharper on a couple of the fights. It was actually very close to having a very successful game there, I think. Alright. Good opportunities for Inexorable. Let's see what happens in the game 2 as we set up into that in a moment. Art is waiting for the winner of this series. That's actually kind of a fun match as well. We might just follow Fiant. If Fiant ends up winning this, we might just follow Fiant all the way through the bracket, to be honest, at this point. I mean, we probably just would follow the winner of this through anyway. That's probably the easiest thing for us to do, and it's going to be kind of back-to-back games as well, so that's going to be a bonus. Like, if the next opponent's already ready, then we're basically just waiting on vetoes most of the time, so it's a pretty efficient way to move through the bracket. We don't have to do a lot of the waiting and hunting for games, etc., etc., so I like that. Like that a lot. Do. Taito Citadel going to be map number 2. It's lobby coming up right now, so we'll get this going in a second. Take this off for you guys as we have Taito Citadel coming through momentarily. Gotta say, I give credit to Fian where it's due as well. He was always attacking in from like multiple sides as well. Like, I was actually very impressed. Like, he never took a boring fight, you know? Like, he never took a fight just from the one direction from the right side or something. Like, that was just never the case. So, a part of that was pretty darn cool as well. I like that about the game. Very neat. Very, very neat. Alright, Taito Citadel coming up, my friends. Kick this off in a moment. Kick this into play. See what happens. Inexorable down a map. With the Reapers last time around. As we have in the bottom right side, Yellow Terran is going to be down a game. Inexorable. Let's see if he can pull it back. Honestly, again, solid stuff from him in that opening match. I felt like he had a good chance. Which, when you're playing against someone like Fiant, who's been, you know, like I say, he's a good, solid level player. Like, if Fiant qualified in this qualifier today, I'd not be surprised. Yeah, I think that's a very good showing for game 1. Let's see what happens game 2. There's Citadel, and we're going to send the SCVs across the map, so we're going to go to the other side and try and get a little bit aggressive. What's up, Captain Ben? And what's up, T-Man over on the YouTube? Hello, guys. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out with us today on our second live stream of the day, man, honestly. The hours being put into right now are insane. Insane, I'm telling you, insane. Axe coming down, hatching a few drones coming up. We get a lot of that. Just building a couple of barracks. Obviously, Proxy is going to be a third barracks as well. So all out commitment. No Overlord en route to spot this, unfortunately for Fiant. So he's not going to get the info kind of preemptively as to what's going on here. So is going to be playing this a little bit on the blind side of things. Obviously, it's going to be a little unfortunate for him as well. Let's see the couple of barracks coming through. Again, the hatch, gas, and pool all coming up as well. So a little bit of everything coming online for now. The spawning pool continues into play. So we bring that straight up. Again, those 2 extra barracks. Oh, I didn't realize he had gas. So it's Proxy Reapers. Apologies, guys. I'm just presuming. I'm being lazy and not looking at the freaking gas. But yeah, obviously having gas means we're Proxy Reapering. Oh, very fun. So Proxy 3x Reaper. I mean, this is very committed. You really need to get value out of this. So I guess we'll see what happens as a couple of Reapers and the barracks comes through. A couple of Queens and the Lings going to make their way up. The Reapers head over through the top side. Let's start moving toward the natural here in the next few moment. So Reapers, you're gonna go main base initially. We'll actually go put a SCV and start bunkering up to try and create some issues here over time. Essentially, as bunker comes down, we're gonna start building a spine crawler. That seems like a good decision given the situation. The Reapers will fight. The drone's gonna take some damage. One drone goes down in a second. Gonna try and make it two. Not quite still. Zergling's getting picked away. Now the rest of these drones continue to take damage as well. There's a grenade going down to help out with that. Chris pull back over. Zergling still being jumped on. We will deny the SCV building the bunker, so that's nice. The bunker still provides high ground vision, though, so you still have vision of the high ground before you actually commit to jumping up with the Reapers, so that's good. The Reaper count's going to grow quickly here. Link speed now starting. How much can we do overall? Because you got to remember that this is a case of, as link speed finishes, like, those Reapers are going to become a lot less effective unless they have a really good number. So the next few trades are going to be important. The issue with the spine is it can only defend one location. The benefit of the spine is it can completely defend one location. Once that spine's in place, it's very unlikely that wherever that spine crawler is, there's going to be any more aggression toward, because it just doesn't really make sense to commit like that. And the few Reapers coming up, that link speed coming through, the Reaper's going to hop up in toward the main base. And we're just going to see the Zerglings still running over as well. Just going to see a few more of these Lings continuing to go down for the moment. Reapers, honestly doing what they can. I'm fairly impressed with their ability to kind of keep it going a little bit at least. Like, they're putting a pretty good effort in, if nothing more. See those Reapers going to get one more queen. The other couple queens still going to be there firing. I'm going to see Grenade also coming down, but at this point the Reapers are going to end up dropping, and with that dead, this attack really comes to a close here. So the Reapers made a good effort. I think the spine on the low ground really actually does help so much, because it just locks off that low ground. If you've locked off that low ground kind of position in that, you know, that area to play in, like I say, it really just solidifies the rest of this. It's just such an easier kind of situation to play from. Now these Lings get a wrap around. These Reapers are going down. GG, well played, is going to get called. And there's going to be Fiant moving on through to the next round of competition. GG's. GG's. I like the games, though. I like the games, and I like Inexorable. He played fun. He played fun. Some fun micro. Always cool. Cool. Hell yeah. Alright, let's jump on to Europe and get ready for Fiant against Art. That would make sense as our next matchup. Let's do it. Like I said, just going to follow the bracket at this point and jump into this next game in this couple of moments. Whoa, this is still going? Not still going. We just started up an hour ago. We had back-to-back qualifiers today, but back-to-back in the sense of two in the same day, not quite back-to-back. So I had a couple hours off in between, so yeah. A couple hours off in between. Nice. Kind of a weird day, really. Kind of a weird day. The like some downtime and stuff just doesn't usually happen and so on, right? So, Alright, yeah, Fiant Art coming through in a moment. Just ready to rumble. Sweet. Ruby Rock gonna be our map. Let's jump in and get ready to go. We're just, like I say, following Fiant. The Fiant games. Or the Fiantathon. Something like that. This section of the bracket is moving along a lot faster than the other sections, so it is possible after this we don't quite get a semi-final, but we maybe have to slow down a little bit and jump into like a different round of 8 until a semi-final is ready. So just a little heads up. Shouldn't affect you guys much. Just letting you guys know roughly what is, you know, potentially happening next. So it would be kind of roughly semi-final time next. It just depends on if the rest of the bracket, like I say, catches up or not. Or for the most part. Let's go and watch these guys, because these guys are freaking ready to play, man. This is no messing about. Just straight in. Game's readying. Play is set. Yeah, no messing around from these guys at all. Plain and simple. They're gonna be here to play StarCraft 2, and that's what they're gonna heckin' do. Alright, in the top left-hand side, we're gonna start off with the yellow Zerg. This is Leon. He's up against the red Protoss on the bottom right side. We've got Art. Best of 3 once again, and we get back to it, and we kick off, and we see what's going to happen. All these players GM? Yes. These guys you're watching are all GM. A lot of these guys you're watching are in that 5 to 6k MMR range, where like a lot of the guys you'd say are your pros are like 6k plus, and a lot of these guys are the 5 to 6k guys who will challenge the pros and can take games, but are absolutely the underdogs, right? A lot of the time. That's the kind of level where we're talking about here. Sometimes we enter the low 6ks as well. 5 to 6k is maybe not a good estimate. Maybe like the 5.3s to the 6.3s or so. You know, sometimes the pros dip down to that point as well, right? Like, no, there's no definite, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like these, as said in the chat already, these are the guys I actually think you really could say are semi-pros, because they're frequently in tournaments, they're very good. Just StarCraft 2, like if there was a semi-pro circuit, if you took out the top 32 players in the world, these are the guys that are next up, right? So they're kind of that level down of like, they are, yeah, I guess they really are the semi-pros, I suppose. Really is probably one of the better ways to describe it. Alright. Again, set up here. Adept gonna Corona boost for a couple of moments. Get going for a second here and get this rolling. Again, link speed and the drones come up. The Star getting a couple of probes or so come online. Stalker, Wolf Gate building as well. So again, a little bits of everything just coming through for now. And things up and running here as the Stargate comes into position. And the link speed building, a few extra links coming through as well. So little bits of everything coming out just for the moment. That comes around, trying to find a little bit of extra value here and there, but doesn't find too much just yet. And the Void Ray and the Link Speed will be coming through, and extra drones will be producing alongside that. The Warp Gate may be part of that as well for the moment. So yeah, Void coming up, that Warp Gate coming through. Some extra little bits just on the way right now, but not really doing too much overall. That Stalker is going to take a chance just to ping and pong onto the Overlord for a little while, get some damage out, try and see what we're doing here. Get rid of that Overlord. Oracle still coming through, and the Warp Gate producing. Pro pulls over to the side, and again the few Overlords and the Queen coming up, the drones coming by as well. Continue to get that into play right now as the Oracle and the Warp Gate just continue to come through. Just get that Nexus down as well. Get a lot of this into place for the moment. Plenty of drones building as we speak, just for now. And gets the Rotron. All with that Void Ray is again something which is becoming, or has become, so much more normal. Like, it is crazy how a few months change things, right? Was it just 3 months ago where building a Void Ray was still kind of like, oh, that's quirky, and now it's just like such a, yeah, people do this. People just like think the Void Ray is good again for now, like deny some information, keeps you safe against certain things. Sometimes having that Void Ray damage output against certain timings can be pretty nice. So yeah, it's so interesting how quickly the tale changes in that regard. As the drones, Twilight, the Forge all coming up, a couple extra gates, the probes and the adepts coming through too, so again a lot of that coming straight into play for the moment. And Twilight Council and Forge both building. That's for now. Peaceful moment. So there is actually, sorry, the Oracles just being chased by Queens. On that Bella. I was reading chat for a moment. I'm getting a little bit. I'm letting myself go a little bit. You know, I'm like, oh, I'm just chilling here because I'm on someone else's camera, and then they're not watching the freaking Oracles. Ay. I'll not miss those Oracles for you guys. They don't want to do much. They're just getting chased away by Queens. As the Voidray gets pushed back as well. There's a run by on the other side of the map. These few Zerglings trying to get in, but will not see too much opportunity. +1 missiles and the Roach coming up. The Baneling Nest in the back coming through as well. That Voidray is going to go onto the hatchery there, so just going to try and get that started. Again, +1 in charge will come through, so again, we get that going. This Voidray is going to be able to get the cancel on the hatchery. Now the Oracles combining with the Voidray to try and put a bit more damage out. Queens will step through. A little bit of creep spread being cleaned up as well for the moment. Alright, the Zerglings will go up the right. Move through for a few moments there. The couple Queens and the missile upgrade coming about. The Overlords and the Bane Nest coming online as well. So it's seen that Temple Archives and those extra gateways continue to produce. And again, +1 charge will also come online for now. The Adepts, the Zealots, the Sentry, and the Stalker coming over on the bottom side. Fianta's running by with a group of these Lings, just putting some pressure on. Just trying to keep his opponent a little bit busy, right? Keeping you in check. Just, you know, what you up to. You having fun. You having a good time. We all get over here. Just those little checks, like I say. Chunk of HTs and building up as well. Just going to see all of that coming straight on through to bring that further into action now. Templars, the Adepts, everything just settling. A couple of these moments again, plus some missiles and the Bane speed coming up. Roach speed going to be coming about as well. A couple of those Banes going to get chased away too right now. So again, just a little bit of a pushback on this. Ling Roach still moving over. Fianta's been doing a lot of these Roaches and a lot of these Lings as well. So he's been putting a lot of his priorities on those for the in the recent history. So we'll see maybe how that continues. And the Roach is coming down, just going to put some damage in, some work on, and it's going to be having that Archon getting picked off as well, so again, a lot of that just combining through. +2 and Storm coming up, the Blink is going to be on the way as well, so again, some little bits and pieces for now. As we get all of that going, the Roaches are going to be there, the Banelings are on the way up as well, so again, get a lot of that on the way through. Just trying to see what else is going on for a couple of moments. Nice little Storm on the left side, going to cancel a bunch of those Banes that are morphing in, and so far Art is absolutely destroying this army. It's a game where Art has... I mean, honestly, it's kind of just a game where not a lot has really happened, in all honesty. Like, pretty chilled out in that regard. Like, it's kind of interesting, but I feel like we've been pretty chill now. I mean, just Fian's just having an army right now that's not really designed to fight against this amount of tech units, and that is going to be the big issue at this point in time. That those tech units are absolutely creating some problems for you here, and it's definitely not what you want to be seeing right now overall. The Zealot's just going to chase through, so we are going to move straight over there. I'm just going to see the Zealot jumping onto this hatchery for a couple of moments. And get in, do some damage. A little Storm comes down. Ling Roach going to get caught for a couple of moments there as well, so a little bit extra being done right now. Find just a bit more value. Another Storm on that top side. As we are going to be seeing, that's going to be double Storm enough to kind of chase things away for a little bit. So we will chase things out of there for now. Push that back, reset things. Get back on track here for the moment. Just gonna see those Roaches. We'll continue through as well. I'm just gonna have the Oracles overhead. The Archons are gathering. High Templars, the Stalkers, etc. Coming back across here for now. Just going to be seeing those Roaches still joining up. They're going to get cleaned. Ultra Cavern on the way, so you can kind of see where this game is trying to go to on the side of Fiant, but I don't know if he's going to be given time to get there. Like, Ultra Cavern needs to finish, then Ultras need to build. Like, the selection of things that need to happen right now for this to be okay is just, I think, unrealistic. So I think that, unfortunately, is going to be basically a big part of the problem. Those couple of Roaches keep on fighting against those Archons. Archons taking big shots. The Roach Ravager going to be there as well. Just not really seeing it right now. It's not looking pretty. Let's just have the Stargate and Fleet Beacon coming up as well. So we are seeing that future-proofing of this game for R, pushing him into some better tech. The Skull of Banes got deep on the army, but there wasn't really anything for them to connect on still. They still only really found an Archon. A High Templar walked away from it. Because of Bowels will hit the Immortals, but yeah, overall Art is shoving Fiant away here. Art had some pretty ferocious PvZ earlier today. He's got some good attempts at qualifying into this OSC championship. He's just been a little shy a couple times, and yeah, I mean, him bringing the fight to Fiant here does not surprise me too much. I think the way we've been seeing him play, I could imagine him taking a map or two against Fiant, so I can say a fun series, as you are going to see those. Battery going down, everything else getting cleaned up for a couple moments. Gambling Ultra will continue through, there's Ulti Immortal and a couple Tempests coming about, Mothership on the way as well. Going to see that Archon getting picked off. The rest of these Immortals will be there to fight against the Ultra. Like, I mean, at this point you're popping out Ultras, but there's already a chunk of Immortals on the map, so things are really not looking pretty for you, right? Like, you really do just end up in some trouble here. Like, it's a bit of a rough position. I'm not really sure where we take things to kind of improve that for you either. And Tempest coming up. I mean, Fiant is in trouble. It's just the plain and simple outcome of this right now. He's in trouble. He's not in a great place. Yeah. Not an ideal situation right now, plain and simple. Steam Melee, Ken is playing, the Carapace upgrade coming through, the Ultras still producing by. The Spy are going to be a part of this, the Zergling's still producing Tempests on the way out as well, the air weapons next stage. I mean, honestly, Fiant is down on so low supply that all of those fancy upgrades and stuff don't matter. I mean, Fiant's supply, his production tab is amazing. Like, you look at his production tab, it's like, wow, he's getting everything, but I don't think he realistically gets to everything at the end of the day. Is the problem. 17 probes go down, that's a nice run by. I mean, that's one way to kind of, you know, push yourself back into a game. You can deal damage and make Art not commit, and maybe you can just make this go long enough. Maybe there becomes a little bit of a chance, right? Like, maybe there really is that kind of opportunity. Maybe there really is that world in which this kind of works out in the end. Those few Roaches are going to get back onto the Zealots. That Spire is about to complete, so the Spire will be in play here. The Prism on the right side, just holding back, hanging back for the moment. The rest of this army on that bottom side, just going to reposition on the left. Figure out what it wants to do. So the attack coming in, another ship coming through. On the bottom left, we'll gather here. Rest of that Ultra Infestor force kind of gathers up a little bit as well, so again, throwing a few things together right now, and we do just have the rest of this army continue to settle here as well, so again, take a couple moments, get set up. Storm going to try and deal with these few lings that run by to the upper right. Obviously, you got the Prism into play, so that's going to be able to give you the chance to do some damage. It's pretty well dealt with by Fiant. Fiant is still just not maxed out. He's 125 supply still against all the supply of the Protoss, so if Art just takes a fight, this game here on Ruby Rock should come to a pretty definite close. I don't think there's, like I say, any real other way that this turns out in the end, so yeah, definitely think we're on the route to closing out on this one, I think, at this stage. Maybe see the Tempest's going to fire. A couple of shots coming now, +3 attack. The Observer coming through as well. A lot of that continues into play. Neural Parasite going to be a part of this. We do drop a bunch of feedbacks, but none of that's really going to matter. GG's. And that is going to be Art taking the first game. Guys, I'm just going to jump into this lobby. I need a BRB a minute or so. So I'm going to jump in the lobby. I'll pop you on the in-game screen just in case anything starts to happen that's exciting, but I will, in general, BRB just a second once the lobby comes up, so... See you guys when I come back, and like I said, I'll just put the lobby up so that you guys can just see if anything exciting is happening. Perfect. Alright, I'll be back with you guys in a moment, BRB. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. I appreciate the patience for a moment or two. We get back on track. So, kicking this off, seeing what we're gonna do. Seeing what happens here as the hatch gas comes up, the gate and the gas coming online as well. So, and a little bit of all that on the way here. Just currently, with that hatch gas pool coming through, trying to see what we can set up to right now. Hatch comes down, pool coming up, the nexus on the way, cyber core going to be added. Just going to see the probe nibbling around the right side, nibbling at a couple of the mineral patches there, so getting some work done. And yeah, just going to see the simulator coming down once more. Game number 2, sorry, didn't set the scoreboard up. Art is leading by 1. Just found with a lot of early units that didn't really do a lot last time. Got into that Roach Force and was like, well, now what? And the answer was, yeah, good question, now what? Not really a lot really happened at that point. It became a little bit funky, so... Here we go. Have the Lingspeed building, the couple drones and queens all coming out. The Stargate and the Nexus beginning to come through. The Overlord will take a couple shots of damage already, so a few hits coming in. Still going to put a bit of damage onto that Overlord as well. So it's going to come straight through this. And yeah, we'll just get into that Stargate, which obviously kind of just standardizes our opening 3 moments of this game. So we're going to try and get after those circlings a couple of times, so just trying to find some value on those. I think we'll take a little bit extra, a couple of extra shots as well, so a few extra hits coming out. The Void Ray and the Warp Gate both building. Just going to see the Chrono Boost on the Stargate, and again, a lot of this continuing to come straight by at this current point in time. What's up, Rissy? Happy New Year to you as well. Again, hello everyone in the chat. I hope we're having a great Saturday. It's my second stream of the day. We're chilling a little bit. Got some qualifier action. Just taking it a little easy, honestly. Yeah, just chilling and enjoying some games, and hopefully you guys enjoying some games with us as well. Thank you for being here. There's our Void Ray. pops out of that Stargate and is going to instantly activate on that left side, picks off that Overlord, so Overlord will go down. Got the Twilight Council quickly here from Art and the 3 extra gates, so I kind of get the Glaives kind of vibe from him on this one. Put some Glaives on the map. Man, we've seen so many Glaive Adept builds today in PvZ. We've casted a fair amount of PvZ today. Yeah, I really feel as though Glaive Adepts are a pretty cool option. Man, they're getting used so much right now. Off the back of this Stargate, that Void Ray into Glaives especially, just, you know, you get the Void Ray, you deny some Overlord vision, you go into the Glaives on the follow-up. Nexus still building through. The extra drones are coming out. A couple of those Adepts here are going to get rid of a couple of the drones as well. So we get a couple of those right off the bat. The Queen's still stepping over. The Lings and the Spore Crawler building. The Queen on the way. And again, a couple of Adepts still building up over on that left side as well. So Adepts still building through there. And the drones all coming about. The Rotron drops down here as well. Going to get that set up for the moment. Still got that Resonating Glaives coming through, so again, just a little bit more of everything getting set here for now. Adepts will make a shade down to the bottom as well. Just going to go straight across with this. And just going to be sitting tight for a moment as they shade through, so let's see what the preparation is. We obviously got a bunch of roaches on the way out. Let's see how well this does. A couple of queens. Already taking some damage. A couple of queens getting picked off there pretty immediately. So 2 queens go down. More roaches and overlords coming up as well. So again, a little bit more of that going straight through. So honestly, nothing too crazy. These Adepts will join up. Just going to go after those roaches. Roaches taking a bunch of shots. I mean, the Adepts going to shade. They're going to try and get after those drones as well. Not really able to do too much just yet. And extra Lings and roaches going about for now. As we settle ourselves here, just going to be seeing those Adepts still shading, the roaches pulling back through, everything else joining together. A Ling roach again still producing its way in for the moment. And these Lings are just going to get swatted down by these Adepts. These Adepts have killed 8 workers already, in fact, as the roaches, but still taking serious damage. And at this point, it's also getting to a point as well where it's like, okay, it's taken a while to actually just clean this up full stop. So this is getting into quite a troubling little position here overall. See, a few more Adepts continue to go down. Damage still being done. Adepts keep on dropping. 6 workers coming about. Ling Roach still producing through as well. So a lot of that continuing to come about just for now. So yeah, quite a lot being done in that regard. That's going to be seeing the Roach is going to get through. A couple more kills. Continue to play cleanup. And yeah, Mortals coming through. Lair and the Lings on the way, but that's 9 workers killed. And Fian is down 16. He doesn't even have that impressive an army count to really kind of show for this either. And that's the bigger issue right now, is that you just don't really have anything to kind of, yeah, to kind of show for this entire situation, basically. So this is just not a pretty scenario. Mortals and the Sentry is going to be there to deal with these Lings. I just don't see what you do as Fiant with the current army that is still not even on Lair tech. So Fiant is just in trouble with a capital T. And yeah, I think this game might be very quickly slipping away from our Zerg player. And hence this series, and hence the qualifying match will be the opportunity of Art sooner rather than later at this point. Archive's going to finish soon. 2 more gateways coming up. Some Ravages, some Lings still building. We got a Queen on the way through too. This one and Blink both still building in from Art as well. The Queen is going to get over there. That Void Ray gets shoved away. 5 more Adepts coming about. And again, the gates will follow up with that too. As this Ling Roach Ravager army collects in together. So this joins up for a moment or two. Just going to see a couple of these Lings going to go down. Nice force field in the center from Art. And just gets himself a few units right off the bat. And we'll see if he can maybe find a little extra here in the next few moments. The Ling's going to go counterattacking. Probably not much you can do about this, right? Battery usage is good. The batteries are just keeping things healed up. Come off in Archon. I was going to say is going to be the biggest trouble because it can't get batteried while it's morphing, but it survives. So that's a pretty good defense against the run by as well. And like I say, Fiant is kind of in the need of doing something right now, so if he doesn't find a way to get something done, he's in trouble. And I mean, right now he's getting picked apart by force fields. These Immortals don't really care about the Lings because the Adepts will, clear them out pretty quickly. Maybe we could do the Prism here. The Prism went back home, saved that Archon, remember? So a few reinforcements here would go a long way. Plus just the ability to maybe even, at this point, maybe even micro forward. I was going to say originally to obviously save things, but at this point we're actually maybe talking about microing forward more than anything else. And just being aggressive, because I think we could probably do that at this stage. Right now. Rest of the Ling Roach Ravage is still moving through. Gonna see that Archon morphing straight by. And yeah, a couple Stalkers going to warp in as well. So a few Stalkers warping in, a couple more Corrosive Biles out. Come toward the Immortals, a couple Corrosive Biles coming through as well. More Biles towards the Immortals, not quite going to happen just yet. Another few Adepts trying to step forward. Lings are going to try and get in after the Stalkers as well. A few more Corrosive Biles will land and connect. But you see the Immortal, Adept, Stalker, Archon still pushing through. A couple Stalkers getting up, Ravagers going down, a bunch of Ravagers going down. Fiant just doesn't have the supply to survive this. And the following of Fiant will end today, as we've been with him since the start of this qualifier. Not anymore, as Art dispatches of him. Art will be playing F2, Click, or Sebesdas in the qualifying match. Meanwhile, Fox is playing Mini-Zerg, and Milky Cow's playing Honmono. So, a lot of stuff I imagine happening on NA, if I had to guess. Sebesdas is in game for 4 minutes on Europe. Maybe we'll hop over to NA and just see what's going on there. I think we're going to have, like, very likely PvP, TVT on the qualifying matches, guys. That might be the case, but just follow with whatever happens, to be honest, so it doesn't really matter to us. Take a little chance to go onto NA and see if there's anything happening here, but I think everyone is... not sure. Yeah, we'll try and figure out what we get next then, guys. Probably going to be a couple of moments to sort that out. Couple of moments to sort it all out. Cool. Yeah, I think Fox and Mini-Zerg didn't start yet, so we're probably going to jump into that, and then we can follow into the winner versus Art. Sorry, then we can follow into the semi-finals. Sorry, it's a different side of the bracket to Art, but that's probably just the point we're at right now, because I imagine everyone else already started, so it's not going to be possible for us to jump in on anything else. So yeah, we probably just do that, and kind of just go from there. Yeah, I think we'll just, because if we have to wait for Dave for the semi-finals, I may as well just start following Dave now. I think makes more sense. Instead of waiting for game 2. Because then we're all in the same series heading into the semis, so everything should just start in sync, I guess. So I think that's probably an easy way of doing it overall. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Do 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 do. Bam bam bam. Alright, so some videos coming through. Take a couple moments and get ourselves on the way, guys. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate y'all. Say a couple minutes and we'll get some videos done and we'll be back on track. And yeah, we'll be joining Dave Tester on his the games he's been covering, so obviously I'm gonna be same streams, but we're at the point basically now where not much else is happening at the same time. So I think that's probably our best bet of getting things done. Cool, cool, cool. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. Beautiful. Be a beautiful. Cool. Alright, we got a couple of things to show on screen here, guys, while we are just waiting for this match to come around. So first of all, just mentioned, but Dave Tester is one of the sponsors of this year's OSC Championship. He's here today powering up this open bracket qualifier as well. If you want to find out more about Dave, he's obviously a content creator, caster, tournament organizer, founder of the KSL, aka the Korean StarCraft League, and all the rest. You can see all of his pros and... I mean, I was about to say pros and cons, but there ain't many cons with this guy. So there you go. You can see some of his pros on the left side if you want to check out him and his content. Like I say, he is part of the reason the OSC Championship is happening at the size at which it's happening this year, helping to make it possible. So thank you so much, Dave Tester, for supporting. He's officially directly sponsoring the Open Challenger brackets, the Dave Tester Open Challenger bracket 1 and 2. So there's the Dave Tester one. Cool, cool, cool. And we'll do the Ladder Legends video again in a little bit. We actually do have a Ladder Legends posted too, right? Yeah, but we'll probably put the video up after. I think it's probably gonna be cool. We'll do that between semis or so, I think. Coolio. Coolio. So check out Dave Tester, guys. I'm just gonna leave that up for a moment or two while we wait for this game. Basically, once we have the game, we'll take it down. But I'll let you guys read through one of our beautiful sponsors of this season's OSC Championship. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. They are vetoing. Love that. Cool. There you go. I've got a selection of Dave Tester links for you guys in the chat. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Sorted. There we go. It's cool. They're in the chat if you want to check out Dave Tester as well. Perfect, guys. Perfecto. Alright, I think we're getting close to a game. I think, maybe, possibly. So, should be able to get going soon. Get ready to kick this off. You guys are ready? I'm ready. I feel like we're all ready. We're just waiting for confirmation that everyone else is ready. Like, I thought the players were videoing, you know? Everyone's suddenly like, what are you ready? I'm like, yeah, but there's no lobby, man. Like, like I can be ready. That doesn't matter if we're not in the game ready to start, you know? Alright, gonna be some TVZ here. And kick this off and get this underway, guys. And it's gonna be Foxer versus a Mini Zerg. Alright, ready is being called. Getting ready to kick this off, guys. Thank you for joining us on the OSC Dave Tester Open Challenger Bracket number 2. Just drop my phone, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Alrighty, if everyone's set, we should be set. We can kick this off. Sweet. Alright, ready's up, GLHF's up. Let's do this. I think we're about to be good to go. Everyone's ready and saying GLF and go, 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 but no one's actually starting the game. A classic. There we go. Countdown starts. Nice. Get this going. Let's see what'll happen as we kick this off. Alrighty, guys. Let's go into Tourmaline for our opening game of this series. In the upper right, our yellow Terran player is going to be Boxer. Up against Minizerg, I was actually really impressed by earlier today. Thought he had some good opportunities. He did in a qualifying match a couple times. I'm interested to see what his ZVT looks like because we saw a bunch of his ZVP earlier. We didn't get to see much of his other matchups, so. Let's see what this looks like as we get this started out. Get ready to go into some action. Hatchery, ready to come down onto the low ground. Get this started up. Again, the refinery and the racks are both going through. It's just going to get out of the way. The SCV building. Yeah, you know, if nothing crazy happens, could be chill for a couple of moments. And the hatching extractor coming by. Barracks coming through. SCV on the way. Just gonna have our CC off over to the side. The hatch gas and pool coming up. Just gonna be seeing the racks in the SCV building. Really not too much going on super early. Happy New Year, Chief 1078. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, very exciting. New year. OSC Championship, WardiTV Mondays for the year starting up as well. We got loads going on. It's actually a fairly it's really weird because it is a fairly chilled out January overall. It's just it's busy, but it's not like 7-hour, 8-hour day back to back busy like December was. So just like streaming most days feels busy still, but it's still really nice and relaxing compared to December where there was just so much happening all of the time. It was absolutely non-stop, so see what happens here as this hatchery comes down. Just gonna see the commencement of the factory building into play. Reactor coming up, a couple of queens and the link speed will build through as well, so we get a lot of that on the go for now. Just gonna be seeing the Reaper continue going after the couple of units over there, so kind of a little bit of picking off to be done, and some damage out in the early stages for a moment. A couple CCs in the factory, building straight through. The Marine going to be underneath there, going after the Overlord for a few moments, so just get some damage dealt, put some work in. I think it started in a nice little bit of a nice little way. I'm just going to see that Marine continues after the Overlord for a couple seconds here. And that Overlord will indeed end up taking quite a bit of damage. Obviously, will end up being pushed pretty far back at the end of this, as the Queens and the Ling Speed will continue back through as well. So, continue to get that on the go. The Ling Speed still building up then, and again, a few more drones and a couple of Queens will be on the way with this at this point. But yeah, it really is pretty peaceful. Kind of TVZ to start us off. Nothing really overly wild about the beginning phases of this one. A couple Queens going to be there. Reaper and the Hellion getting chased out for a couple of moments too, so again we push that back. Reaper and the two Hellions will continue to ping onto the Queens. We get a little bit more damage found just for now. And those Queens step away, so they're going to step straight back for a moment or two. Factory moves on over to the side and drop into the main base for a couple of seconds as well. Again, that starport still coming up also on top of everything else. Just a lot of that coming through for now. Marines in the stim pack building. Hellions will go down to the bottom left. Just going to be seeing the Queens, the Lings going to be there as the Hellions get turned around pretty quickly, so not much going to come of those. Start off with at least. But obviously still nice because on the map, you know, they're creating map control, they're kind of denying group spread potentially. They're doing a lot of things which, you know, just keep your keep the Zerg back from kind of taking complete and total control of this game under their own wing, and just making sure that not too much can really happen there overall. So, yeah, definitely doing their part of that. Just gonna see that starboard ready to swap onto our reactor and get some medevacs going. That will give us a chance to get even more aggression on the way over these next few moments. So, yeah, get that started out. Medevac Marine Stimul building. The Hellions will start to hit this hatchery that comes down the front. May as well put some damage onto it if it's low HP. Might be able to force a cancel. Queens show up. A little bit off grip right now for the Queens to play defense, but they're going to get there, and there's a few of them, so maybe this is your moment to try and dive by, but there's Lings on the way, and that's obviously kind of rolling the dice a little bit, so no need to get overly caught up just yet, as the couple engineering bays in the barracks still coming through, refineries are still building. Marines will continue out for the moment, so again, we continue to bring that straight into play as well. Evo Chambers, hatchery coming up. Station pit is going to be coming through too. The couple spores still building the upgrades, very much so committed into, so we're going to go straight into that infestation pit. The Marine's going to drop out after the Overlord there for a couple moments too, so it's going to go grab that. Yes, again, straight into that infestation pit, looking to get fast hive online, maybe moving toward ultras quickly could be one of the main ideas that we have here. Because the two Queens are going to be there to try and get after those medevacs. And again, the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield continue to come about as well. Extra tank on the way, a few Marines coming up. Get rid of another drone already on that forward base, so just going to pick that off already as well. Going to make that a nice little grab. And yeah, 1-1 combat shield all coming through, melee upgrades, baneless speed. Building also have that hive and a few Zerglings just building as we go, so again, a lot of that continuing up for the moment. Combat shield just finished up and completed, so we get that rounded out as well. Still got medevacs and Marines in production, upgrades coming online. Hive coming about also there currently, as we just have the melee upgrades and the bane speed again, just going to continue to settle down here. Gives us a really good idea of where this game is going, right? But like I say, we'll see with the hive finishing. I mean, we've got to just go into ultras at this point. And there's a fourth command center that comes up for Fox, so it doesn't seem like he's going to be overly aggressive in terms of trying to shut this down or slow things down either. So we have quite the macro game kind of approaching us right now, because these three Marines are going to get onto a couple of the Queens. So we actually get rid of one Queen going after another. A little bit of value being found here right away. Just going to load up a couple of those medevacs. We're going to start boosting out of there. And the Queens, the Lings, the Overlord continue to come by as well. And the Adrenal Glands coming up at the moment. Marines will get in after this hatchery, and you just see the double shots going through. Hatchery's going to get denied. 9 drones went down. Hard battle push from Foxy. He's pulling away now from the Ling Bane running through. Man, just has so much more supply. Definitely looking pretty solid at the moment, as you see 10 more Marines, the tank and the medevac building. The Lings will chase, and the Marines will continue to be hunted there. The Queen's starting to go down. The defense on this other side is looking good so far, but there's plenty of Banelings. The tank not siege is only going to cause some complications for you, right? It's only going to make this more difficult than it needed to be at the end of the day. Again, the Marines and the tank continue to come back around again, so just resetting here for a couple of moments. No, 4 ultras, couple Queens. Coming out, the Banes and the Lings continue to come by as well. I'm just going to see again the Adrenal Glands, the +2 melee, +2 Carapace, Chitinous Plating. All those little bits and pieces continue to come online for the moment, so we keep bringing that up. Again, the Marine's still building. 2 upgrades on the way by. Marine Tank will make a move out down to the bottom. We are going to be seeing this 4th base obviously being pretty well protected for Fox. The supply is very good for him right now. Game is in a good place. It's about to get a bit tougher perhaps because of the fact that ultras are taken to the stage, and we don't have really an anti-ultra army where Marine Tank medevac, no Marauder in sight, no Ghost in sight, so As long as that's the case, then yeah. Honestly, yes, we are kind of a little bit, maybe, arguably, very possibly lackluster on kind of anti-Ultra army, and that might give Mini-Zerg a chance, despite the supply deficit. It's 10 SCVs here on some run buys. The open wall in the natural doesn't exactly help you with that, to be honest, so that's not great. The rest of the Marines are swimming back forward. The tank going to siege up once again. Just going to be seeing the rest of these Marines coming back through. You see the Ultras still chasing up. Like I say, it's about getting rid of these Ultras. If you get rid of these Ultras, I really don't think anything else here is honestly too concerning. Everything else really kind of just is whatever, but these Ultras are something we don't have an answer to. The supply of Foxer was held up by the fact we were just massing the Marines, and that is going to be absolutely disastrous. Oh my god. Foxer. The supply is going in the wrong direction, and Mini-Zerg just has the... I mean, he has the Ultras, basically. TLDR Ultralisks. And a game that Foxer felt like he was doing very well in. Like I say, just didn't have an army to deal with Ultras at all, and right now that's still very much the case. And plus, that on top of the run buys happening at the same time were definitely a big part of the issue overall, so that was genuinely, like I say, a big part of the problem. Just going to be seeing the 2-2 finishing soon for Fox. I didn't realize his upgrades kind of suck as well, so pretty behind on upgrades overall is not exactly ideal. Couple transfusions coming in, the Ultras take some healing. 7 more depots getting built as Fox tries to get unsupply blocked. He just does not have an answer to this, and he just walks into that army as well, so he's just unfortunately making the misplays that are going to be capitalized on, and that is probably going to more or less do it, right? I mean, he's got the Queens coming in there, they're going to get involved a couple of seconds. Ultra's going to keep charging through. The Marines over here not going to be able to do much else either, so this is just going to come to a GG's. No answer to those Ultras, and Mini-Zerg is going to have a Game 1 victory. After, like I say, what felt like a pretty terrible situation for him really got alighted upon, because Ultras are good if there's no respect for the Ultras on the map. And that, my friends, is why you always respect Ultralisks. Always and forever. Alright, we will be into this next game in a second, my friends. Just waiting for the lobby link to come down. We'll jump into game number 2. Do we have an update on the bracket otherwise? Looks like Milky Cow and Honmono have not reported yet. Neither of Sebez's an F2 click, so the rest of the bracket's still being determined as we speak right now, so still getting that set up. And just waiting for everyone else to invite us back into this game number 2 now, as Mini-Zerg takes a 1-0 lead. SBO3. Best of 5s coming up after this, guys. Will be into qualifying matchups, so that'll be coming very soon. Alright. Yeah, just as soon as the players are set, we are set, and we can go. Milky Cow 2-1 over Honmono, so there is a result there. The winner of that will play the winner of this, so Mini-Zerg would give us a CVT in that qualifying match as well if he was to win out on this, so very exciting. A little bit of relogging being done, etc, etc. Oh, it's Europe for game 2. That would probably make sense as to why we're not getting a lobby. That makes a lot of sense. No one tells you this before they log out and swap servers originally. Ay. All right. Invites coming up, Winter Madness coming in, and we'll load into this and get this going. Sweet. I was completely oblivious to what was going on. Absolutely oblivious. I had no idea what was happening. No clue. Alright, let's jump into this as we have ourselves game 2 of Boxer and Mini-Zerg. Mini-Zerg up by 1 as we get into the second game in a second or two. So, get this going. And jump into Winter Madness for our second game in the series. In the bottom right hand side, it is going to be our yellow Terran player, who is known as Foxer. Usually it's Flobio on the European server. Love it. As in the top left, Mini-Zerg will then hence have server advantage for this game too, see if you can take advantage of it. I do get concerned that he was in such a rough position to begin with in that last game still, though. I do think that's a little scary, and I do think that's potentially a problem in the long run here, so... I mean, we'll see. But I think there's definitely some slight causes for concern in that regard. So we shall see, I suppose. We shall see how things go. Game number 2. This BO3 then. Let me get this underway. And get this started out. Guys, pool then coming through. Get set up here for a couple of seconds, so we get a lot of that rolling just for a moment or so. Get this started. Catch, gas, and pool coming straight on by. So yeah, we got a little bit of setting up done for a moment or so. Just gonna have ourselves the Reaper and the Orbital coming in as well, so a lot of that coming up right off the bat. And yeah, we'll see where exactly we take things over the next few moments. As he comes up, I'm going to end up turning back around and patrolling around here. Again, the Feelings and the Queens will be in production, so we get that started initially. Get that underway. Advance into the Marine and the SCV continue to come through too. So again, I'm going to have that Ling speed building up. A couple Queens and the Lings all coming through. SCV pulls over as the Lings continue across. The Reaper's going to be here. Now, is going to be denied third hatchery, so that's kind of a big deal, actually. Like, that's going to slow you down a little bit initially, so we like that. Ling's trying to get back onto that SCV there. Not quite able to. Reaper dancing around to try and do a little extra. Trying to bring as much into play as possible for the moment. So, trying to find some chances. Trying to find some opportunities for the moment. Again, Ling speed coming up. Just going to be seeing the Reaper is going to be there. Going to pick off that drone as well. So that is going to be a grab. This Queen is very narrowly going to get the Reaper. Not quite in the end, though. So Reaper is going to just about get away there. Escape out of here for the moment. And on we continue. Alright, well, factory onto the reactors. We get the first Hellions out. We can start to take some of that map control as we saw early on in the last game as well. So we get that ready to rumble. And second, the speed is about to complete. We do have a couple of Queens building through. The drones and the Queens all building. The single Marine there just across the map. It's going to get picked off easily, so not sure what our goal was really looking to be with that, but whatever it was, it does not really work out. And yeah, that starport is about to swap on over to the tech lab. So we move over to that, and yeah, a couple Queens, couple Hellions building through for the moment. Banshee on the way. Hellions, Marine, Banshee in total coming through for now. Everything very much so kind of as it feels it should be at this current point in time. Yeah, Banshee and the Hellions will gather then, so we take a second to set this up. It's going to be seeing the Hellions and the Reaper coming through, a little bit of that creep spread being cleaned out as well, so again, we get a little bit more being cleared out already. Banshee and the Cloaking coming by, the Hellions all building up. Just going to see the Hellions able to get in after a few of those Lings, and we had a couple drones too, so not a bad little starting point at all. By any stretch of the imagination, pretty decent little way to kick things off for a few moments. As again, the Bane Nest and the Lair comes through, the couple of drones all building up. Get a lot of that on the way at the moment. Those engineering bays and those barracks will all continue by, so again, we get a lot of that just coming through. Banshee going to settle with the Cloaking as well, and yeah, Lair, drones, Lings coming up right now. The Bane Nest is coming through. The Hellions are going to be here to fight away at a couple of these creep tumors, so some creep getting cleaned up pretty quickly. The rest of the Zerglings are going to come back over. Lings looking to try and get a jump in toward those Hellions. The Queens will fight, and the Hellions will continue to take some damage for now. And again, the Lair, the drones, and the Overlords all still building up for now, so we get a lot of that on the way. The Evo Chambers will now come down. And a lot of that into position already. Marine is good, picks off that Overlord straight off the bat, and again, see the barracks switching around a little bit as well here, so a little bit of movement around. Get us set. He's going to be there to turn the Banshee away as well, as that Banshee gets also pushed out of there. Not exactly going to have a super fun moment or two or anything. Not ideal, as we just see. Melee upgrades, the Bane speed coming up, the Infestation Pit coming by. Add the feelings on top of everything else, and we see a very similar state to the last game, basically, from our Zerg player. So he's going to go on a very similar route. We'll see what we can do here as Foxer try and, I mean, honestly, I don't think Fox needs to be the one to change things up initially, to be fair. I actually think Fox is kind of fine in the early stages, to be honest. It's more so, it is more so the mini Zerg is worried about in the early to mid stages that I think could be a little scary, so yeah, we will see. And let's just have everyone setting up, the Hive coming through, melee upgrades all building about, and get a lot of this on the way for now. Seeing the Bane's coming through, the melee upgrades coming about as well, so all of that starting. Yeah, those 1/1 upgrades and the combat shield coming up as well, so a bit of everything coming in for now. The medevacs will take a chance to move across the map, so a couple of medevacs full of Marines and make their way over. And we do have another depot, so just going to come down right there as well, so just going to go clean that up already and see what we can do next. Marines are loading. Comes the medevacs right now. Just going to come up and down for a couple of seconds. Marines actually stem into this hatchery. This hatchery going to take hits straight away. So the hatch taking a bunch of damage. Lings will start to take damage as well. The rest of the Lings and the Bane setting up. The hatchery goes down. That's killed. Now we've got Hive and the Hydrogen coming through too. The rest of the Ling Bane making its way across. Marines jump back into the medevacs already. So we get straight back in over here. And we just reset to begin going again, basically. As obviously Fox can continue to take map control. Definitely ahead in the supply once again right now, so you can kind of see that position is looking very reasonable. Bane coming over, the Queen is going to be there. Just going to be seeing the rest of this Marine tank army setting up a little bit as well. So again, just coming over for a couple moments. Checking out what we can do. The Lings are going to gather up. They're going to wrap around on a few of those Marines as well. So again, let's get some damage done. Get some work in right off the bat. I see the Marine's going to actually turn around and pick off a Baneling right there. So that's another nice little addition already. So we get a grab on that and we continue through. Just going to be seeing the Hydra still in some trouble. The Marines keep on fighting. A bit more damage being done at the moment. So again, more and more coming out right here. Just going to be seeing the Marines stepping through. The rest of this continuing by for the moment. Well, the Ultras still producing by, the Ling Hydra coming up as well. Again, 2 melee upgrades and everything else continues into play for the moment here. So again, we get a lot of that up and rolling, and a lot of that out. Just going to see that bio settling in. Coming up the top side, and yeah, the T2 upgrades are still continuing through from Minizug to get into those Ultras. It's exactly what he got to last game, and that's what kind of saved his butt in the end after being in maybe not so great of a position at first. 4 drones going down as we do see some harassing the upper right side. It's going to chase down the entire set of drones that ran away there, so we are actually going to be able to get rid of all of those. So that's going to be a nice catch as well. No doubt about that. Things wrap around. Tank goes down. A nice other little pick off for the moment. Still figuring out where else we go from here. And 3-3's coming about. The Ultras are coming through. The Zerglings as well. Not going to be seeing the run across the map as Minizug looking to try and fight here. Let's see what the defense is like. Like I said, we've got a lot more Marauders this game. And right now, I mean, Foxer doesn't have a defense because he's counterattacking en masse. He's got a big drop on the left side that's already killed a base. He's got a big drop in the natural. The problem is, like, he's going to get shut down a bit as well. And if Zerg units can spawn and slowly clean that up, this could become an issue over here, right? Like, there's absolutely a world where this becomes a problem. So, yeah, I mean, Fox has a lot of CCs to replace with. Minizug is not going to have hatcheries to replace with in the same kind of manner. A couple of Marines going to stay onto that hatchery. The few Zerglings running over here. I mean, honestly, it's kind of weird. I mean, we've got so many drones. There's nowhere to mine from, and at the end of the day, if the Terran has somewhere to mine from, it's not going to matter. I guess I'm still kind of sitting here wondering, can we deal with the Zerg army? But I feel like we should be able to. It is just Marine Marauder, though. Like, there's not a lot of mines even. It's just Marine Marauder to try and deal with this. So you can kind of understand the concern to some extent. See those couple Ultras making their way all the way over that right side. Ling's going to try and get onto the orbital command here. Get in position with that for a couple of moments. And we've seen the Ling Ultra taking a chance to dive through. The Bio Army already taking some shots. Taking some hits right off the bat. Some damage being done. 3-3 and that +2 vehicle plating is coming up as well. Some more Marauders, the medevac. All of that's still coming online for now. As again, we get a lot of the rest of this coming into play over these next few moments. Again, 3-3 on the melee upgrades, 3-3 on the bio upgrades. We are just rebuilding the hatcheries and trying to get back on track here as Minizug. He's down 50 army supply, though. I think his moment to go was just straight away. Now it's going to be 3-3 upgrades for the Terran as well. A lot of those units from the Zerg are hurting. We don't really have transfusions because we lost pretty much every queen. In fact, there's no queen on the map, so we've got so much rebuilding to do as the Zerg. The counterattacks of Fox absolutely did what they needed to establish this game position. Very cool. What league are these guys at? These guys are like 5'8", 5'9", 6K on Europe. Well, I'm not sure exactly, but then they're in their GM. So take that for a statement. They're high. I don't know what they. Honestly, my understanding of the numbers is so off nowadays. I don't keep up with the MMRs of the leagues as well. Sometimes people say someone's this, and then the next time someone says something else, but it means completely different things again. So yeah, just gonna re-kill this base is kind of a big deal. So that's gonna do a lot of work right there. Ultras will continue to come over. Just a scan coming down, seeing what's coming your way. But I think, again, Foxer should be able to deal with this right now. So, yeah, it's looking pretty reasonable in that regard. I think it's going to be a pretty okay kind of situations. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Ultras still trying to move through, but yeah, I don't really see too much else happening at this point. I think we're pretty safe and dandy at this point in time. Ultras and Infest are still building up. Burrow and 3-3 upgrades on the way out as well. A couple extra libs, the command centers. little bits of everything on the way through at the moment. As now going to see those Zerglings coming around on the ground. A couple of SCVs falling as well. The bio now getting in after the rest of these Lings also. And yeah, Infestors and the Lings all continuing up. 3-3 upgrade is going to be a part of this. As the Liberators and the Ghosts. I mean, we're actually getting to see some tech coming onto the, into the game, which is incredible. We haven't had a lot of the tech units from Foxer, but that should really secure yourself in this game. Should really put you into a much better spot than what we were at before. Bio gets another Cryptium already. And yeah, just this stage. I mean, honestly, at this stage, Foxer maybe could have been more aggressive himself. I understand it. Like, you're building into a much better army, so you're in kind of no rush to kind of do things right away, right? Like, you are not in a rush to kind of approach this game like, like running across the map, because you know your opponent was in a terrible spot. So why run into the army composition that you are realistically and fairly somewhat afraid of right now? Like, it makes perfect sense that you're not going to rush into that scenario, you know? It makes complete and total sense. I will trade out a little. I see that Hydra Dent is going to be coming through still, hatching extra drones. The Queens continue to build up also currently. Bane Ultra going to go over the left-hand side. The Medevac's going to escape away. The couple of Infestors gathering up. We have a couple of orbitals, the missile turrets, the command center, all still building into place. The Lings get over here. The orbital has to lift off already. Just going to move out the way there for a couple of moments. Fire loads up. Medevac's helped to peel away for a couple moments as well. Just going to get to the high ground. A couple of Lings going down. The drones getting jumped on. The rest of these Lings going to show up. The Queen on the low ground is going to go down as well, so that's going to be another pick-off. Fire jumps onto the hatchery. That goes down. Oh, the drone's going down as well. I mean, the Balin counterattack doesn't do much. I mean, unfortunately for Minizerg, he's the one that kind of really needs things to kind of like happen, and unfortunately for Minizerg, none of the things he needs to happen are really happening. We're just not seeing the success that we kind of need at this point to really make things, like I say, come into play right here and to really make something happen at this stage. I mean, Fox are keeping Minizerg in pretty much as bad a position as possible. Basically saying to Minizerg, look, you have no choice but to attack me, and because I think it's fair to say that Fox doesn't have any urge to kind of move on the map, it is kind of down to Minizerg to try and attack, right? At the end of the day. The Perez will siege. Just going to see the bio going through. Fungal lands. A couple Fungals land. The bio taking a few more shots. Going to see another Fungal in the front again. Just going to see all of these Ultras getting absolutely shredded. The bio going to try and fight, but we knew exactly what was going to happen here. And it happens. It's a very convincing Terran win, and it's going to be 1-1 in this BO3. So we're going to go to a deciding map before we get into any qualifying matches, guys. I presume we're going back over to NA. Cool. Back onto NA for this game 3. It's going to be Art versus Sebesdas in the upper qualifying match. That'll be PvP, guys. And then the winner of this series will play Milky Cow in a PvP, in a TV whatever as well. So that is the current going-ons of things. Just swap back on over to NA and get ready to go. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I guess take a couple moments. Get set up. Just figuring out what the last map was with the server hop, and they seem to have lost it, so we'll just take a moment to figure that out. Get back on track. Cool. They're figuring out the map, guys. Cool. Yeah, we're just waiting for them to figure out the map, and we can get this into game 3, and then some qualifying matches afterward. Do. No one knows what our map is. Ay. White Rabbit, apparently. Alright. Getting this hosted up, guys, so we'll be off in a second. And it's ready to go. In a moment, GLHF GG's. Everyone's in here, so we can go into this third map of the series and wrap this one up. Okay, going. See what we get. See what we get. Jumping game. White Rabbit, right Rabbit. Alrighty, in the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Yellow Terran. This is going to be Boxer. As we get this one up and rolling, and we have ourselves the red Zerg in the bottom left. Mini Zerg. Game 3. Right Rabbit. Boxer Mini Zerg. In this quarterfinal, semifinals to come up after this as well, so we'll be getting that ready to go and resume. Now these Master League players, these are Grandmaster players. These are Grandmaster players, so yes, they are good. They are strong. They're not the pros of the scene, but they're still very, very good, is the TLDR of it. Well, Barracks going through. I'm going to open with some multi-racks or Reaper on this game, so switching up a little bit for Foxer. As he goes for something, like I say, a little different to start us off here. We'll just have our Reaper and Orbital stepping through for a moment or so just get that underway. And obviously, the second Reaper will start shortly on the second Barracks as that comes up in the near future, so we get that set to go. Like I say, in just a few moments, get that ready to rumble. To kick this off. Two Reapers on the way. SCV in production, so again we get a lot of this building, no surprises. Fencing will go on to the natural expansion as well, so kind of where you expect that to be on top of everything else too, so that comes up. And away we go for the moment. was going to see the couple queens holding up well initially. Let's see the couple of Reapers coming through. The Lings and the Queens are going to gather up. Stimpack already on the way through, so just going to get that settled down. And we just have ourselves the... Yeah, a couple of Queens going to be there to deal with the Reaper for a couple of seconds, so that into place. I'm just going to be having the little grenade at the front. Cryptima is going to go down, so it's going to be able to grab that already. So yeah, Baneling Nest, Lings, all the rest continue to come up at the moment. Those Marines will be finishing that Stimpack very much so on its way through. Again, Baneling Nest coming by, the Lings coming up. So Minizerg, I like it. You know what? Just says, let's go counterattack you. Let's see what you got defensively, man. Like, you are going to be building a barracks heavy style. If you don't go into a factory behind this, it could be interesting. What's fun is, obviously, this is the 4 barracks follow-up, so we're on 4 racks, and we're starting to realize what's going on. Engineering Bay to help the wall off. That doesn't look good. If you're Minizerg, the last thing you want is the Terran player to start providing additional wall-off setup. That really is kind of disastrous for you right now, so yeah, you do not love that at the moment. Plain and simple. Banes could go... Oh, they could go for this tech lab, get the Stimpack denied, and then we do find a way in. The secondary wall-off doesn't matter if you go for the tech lab, so that helps. 1 or 2 more Banes coming through, but that's not going to be enough. 7 SCVs going down. We're building more Lings behind this. There's a few Marines left, but the Lings again on top. Okay. We need to get rid of the building tech lab. We need to reopen this wall off ASAP to give the rest of these units a chance. Right now, because the barracks are on the low ground, the ones that spawn the low ground are going to be in a weirdly kind of awkward position. There are Marines that kind of spawn in the high ground as well. There's the extra Link showing up. The wall off is clutch here from Foxy. He really needed that depot to buy himself some time. You have extra Links showing up. SCVs coming down. Another reactor or tech lab building. Perfect. That's exactly what we need. And so the wall is going to be held at this point. We're going to morph a few Banelings, but I just don't think at this stage it actually matters. I don't think you get enough out of this at this point to make the difference. Man, what a crazy moment or so, actually, as we are going to see those Lings still trying to come through. Depot in position to, like I say, hold off. That double wall-off is huge. And we're going to morph the Banes and I guess go through the tech lab again. Can we get enough Marines up to deal with a second wave of this? I honestly think we can. I don't think this is really an issue even at this stage. I think we're already looking pretty well set at the moment. Starts Combat Shield as well, by the way, instead of Stim, because Combat Shield is going to finish faster, and it's going to probably provide more benefit to you right now as you're a long way off any sort of chance, really, to kind of get in toward the other upgrades, right? So, yeah. You run in, the Lings are going to come through. Is it enough for Minizerg? Obviously making an attempt for it to be. Going to get a few of these SCVs as well. Every Baneling you have to use is great. Kills the barracks. That's a big issue because now you're going to A, lose production, but B, more importantly perhaps, you lose the position, right? So you lose this kind of position at the front, and that really does make this even more awkward at this point. Well, now this wall-off is just not there, so you're going to try and have to get another wall-off up. Minizerg is still committing to this. Only 10 SCVs remaining. Foxer is not recovering well enough, and I actually think Minizerg might just about have this done. The Ling's trying to hit the front. Not quite able to just yet, but they've got more Banes morphing, and these Marines going to try to get the Overlord. I like that. I mean, why not? But now it allows the Lings to just run through. We don't even have to use the Banelings on the wall anymore. Killing that Overlord seems smart until you realize... I don't know if it costs you the game, because I think this might have been done anyway, but being able to use the Banelings on the bunker, kind of a bit of a game changer, right? Now that one is going to get wrapped up, and GG, good luck, it's called. Minizerg will make it a ZVT qualifying match against Milky Cow, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not getting my sides of the bracket mixed up anymore. But what I do believe is going to happen is that we're going to start off by going into Art versus Sebezdes. So we're going to go into that PvP initially, and then Minizerg versus Milky Cow on the match after. So it should be what we come up to. Oh no, that lift. That lift really sealed the deal, but I don't know if it necessarily... lost you the game, you know? Why did he lift? He clearly thought he could just get the Overlord quickly before anything else happened. I mean, I guess if you have the bunker and there's no Banelings for the bunker, then maybe the bunker holds, but you're still down 10 workers. You've got double mule, like, it's reasonable, it's doable, it's manageable, perhaps. Alright, we're gonna kick into this next game in a second, guys. Just take a moment. Alright, just waiting for everyone to come across, get this ready to go, and we'll kick this into action, guys. Waiting for Dave, I think, to hop over, and we should be zooming. Should be. Perhaps he thought he successfully held. I just think he saw the chance to quickly kill an Overlord. I honestly think it's as simple as that. He just thought he had an Overlord. He thought he had more time before the next wave arrived. He had a bunker up. He probably felt fairly safe. Just the Lings jumped on him. He wasn't quite ready. It's one of those moments where it's like, it looks really silly, but in the moment, you probably, like, afterwards, you're like, what did I do? Right? But in the moment, you're like, yeah, this makes sense. Like, I can absolutely get away with this, you know? Like, yeah, I get it. I get it. It obviously doesn't work out for you in this case, but I understand what happens, you know? Understand what happens. Alright. I'm going to kick this off and get rolling, guys, as we get into this next game. Let's do this. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be Art. And he is up against Sebestas in the upper left-hand side. Qualifying matchup, best of 5. Winner goes to the OSC Championship. Ladder Legends Championship bracket, starting in the lower bracket for whoever does advance through in this section. Small Chrono Boost here to start things off. We get that underway. We see just what's going to happen here in this PvP. Sebestas and Art getting into it. Pretty exciting. Okay, it's coming through. Simulator coming up. Let's get settled in for a couple of moments. And Cybercore coming through as well. That probe going to come over to that left-hand side. So here we get a lot of this up and running just for the next couple seconds here. Nothing super crazy just yet. Nothing super crazy as we take a moment or so to figure things out. Probe coming over. Cybercore Nexus, Cybercore Gateway coming up as well from both. So we're going to see both players kind of opening with the double gateway here. So nothing too surprising overall about that. For the moment, at least. Gonna see those probes nibbling at each other, so again, we look for a little bit of damage already. Again, Stalker in the center coming up, the Warp Gate coming through. Let me get this going. Alright, a couple gates just going to come about then. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers on the production tab as well, so again, get that starting here right now. Again, the Nexus going through, get that started, pick this off, put this into play, see what comes up next few moments. Entering the Warp Gate coming online, the Twilight Council Nexus coming up as well, so again, little bits of everything coming through already. I like this push. Sebestas hallucinates up a couple Stalkers to kind of bring some extra numbers into this. Now, you should see from the damage output on the pylon that this is obviously not all real, but you don't know which ones are real and which ones aren't, so kind of fighting is risky, because you don't know if you're actually doing damage or not. I think it's going to be a little faster here from Art. It is going to be followed up soon by Sebestas, who has his own Twilight Council well underway at this stage. So getting that set, as you see this Nexus taking a few more pings from the Stalkers, a little bit more damage being done just for the moment. Coming back through, just going to be seeing a couple more shots coming around, more hits coming over, and we're going to see a couple sentries coming back over as well. So again, damage being dealt for now. Just going to be seeing the probes wrapping around, Stalker still taking some damage, and I want to use the probes to defend, obviously give Sebestas the chance to get some more worker kills. Man, it feels like Art has been on the verge of qualifying so much in this event, and this PvP is going to be a real opportunity. I was going to say, it didn't feel like it was starting great, and then he got a great force field, but there's no follow-up to it. So these Stalkers are going to be in the main base. This is awkward, because the Stalkers can't really stop moving, because they're going to, you know, if they die, or if they take any more hits, realistically, they're just going to die. He's going to try and recall when the probes went the other way, but 2 new Stalkers will kill 2. So have 2 Stalkers in the low ground, we'll get 1 more worker, probably just step away from this at this stage, back it off, and just fall out of there. Again, that blink coming through on both sides, the probes coming up, gateway on the way by, pylons in position. And again, 6 workers going down for the moment, as a couple more Stalkers will warp in for now. The depths, that blink coming online, so we get a lot of that coming up as well. You can see the probes still there. Ooh, hit our own Stalker for a moment, so having to keep pulling probes is so annoying. We are about to have blinkers on, and at that point Sebestas probably just has to back away from this, because with blink up from your opponent there's going to be too much efficiency there. You probably can't do much else yourself at that stage, so like I say, time to kind of back away and back down from that scenario. More Stalker shots, a few more hits coming through still for the moment. Stalkers continue to chase. And getting a couple probes coming through. The robo facility also building with 2 more probes on the way as well. Just going to see the Nexus still going to be slip out. The Stalkers are going to go in after the pylon probe going down as well. The rest of the Stalkers coming through. And Sebestas obviously now with his own blink can keep the pressure up after having a good early game. If he can cancel his third base, that would be huge. He is under pressure on his own third base across the other side of the map. The Stalker's there forced to cancel already. He's actually going to say, well, that means you're just out of position, though, and that's not wrong. That force field actually hurts, you know? That force field stops the probes from pulling into this. The Stalker's now going to be able to see, I was going to say, the chance to get rid of the 2 gateways powering, as right now, Sebestas is getting a lot of value here across the map. The Stalkers of Art are still trying to do more, but I don't think they're going to progress that much. There's an Immortal there, so you know he's absolutely not going to get that much done. Blinks across the other side. Man, this battery has done some serious work. Probes pulling again. Pretty impressive defense from Art. I thought this was a pretty doomed situation, but apparently not the case. Apparently not the case at all. Apparently it's actually not going to be so bad. Wow. Now we actually clean up these Stalkers. Art's going to run to the corner. That's a wasted recall, no? Save 1 Stalker. Okay, not wasted. I guess he knew Blink was on cooldown, so your opponent shouldn't get into reach, but that felt like a very risky kind of play. Try and figure things out there, to be honest. Oof. Couple gates, the probes will continue now. Stalkers in the prism. The build up as well. Our Stalkers in the Immortal will just get in after that pylon. It goes down. Nexus is going to get hit. And we just have ourselves. Oh, the Nexus is still taking a whole bunch of damage right here, so a little extra coming through. The probe's going to pull into play as well. Still taking some damage. The Stalker's going to come back across the other side. Now we're going to be seeing the Nexus going down, so at the very least, Sebestas just succeeded in that. Obviously, bringing the Immortal across the map is a powerful play. That's going to really make it so much tougher for the opposition here. And pretty much just make this, I think, at this stage, like a little bit of a done deal. The Immortal shows up from Odd, but Sebestas actually jumps on it immediately, so he gets rid of it, and that's obviously a big factor as well. Going to be seeing these other Stalkers coming about, still taking some hits, but this really is just getting cleaned up very quickly right now, and I think this one is coming to a close very, very soon, as Stalkers and Immortal will keep on trying to fight. A few more Stalkers continue to go down at the moment, and Sebestas just has significantly more pushing into this position again and again right now than his opponent does, and that should be more or less everything we need to round this one out and to wrap it up and send us through to a game 2. Sebestas, Prism actually going to go down. It's a mistake, obviously, but we have such an advantage. It's the kind of a mistake which probably doesn't matter here, in all honesty. I mean, chasing down those units are going to open a Stalker. That's not exactly going to change things. GG says Art, and Sebestas takes the opening game of this best of 5. Sebestas gets off to a 1-0 start. Game 2. Coming up in a couple of moments. Beautiful. Are these up-and-coming pros? Yes, pretty much. That's the best way to look at them. Up-and-coming pros. They're GM. They're good. Some of these guys, you know, Sebestas took a map off Solar and King of the Hill this year in like a big macro game as well. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are good. These guys can challenge all your favorite players. They'd be underdogs, but they can definitely challenge, you know. Alright, waiting for our game 2 to host up, guys. Get this going in a moment. Into madness. Semi-pros for sure? Yeah, absolutely. It's the way to say it. Semi-pros of StarCraft 2. Something that OSC has always been amazing at is fostering the semi-pro scene. Because OSC has always kind of you know, done a lot of things to help the semi-pro players or players at this level out, where, you know, OSC events are not always about winning. You know, a lot of the time it's about participation. It's about the point system. You know, if, you know, anyone can in theory qualify by just playing enough. So, yeah, it's these are the kind of players that will really do benefit from OSC and everything that OSC does. That's very cool. Top left-hand side up a game is going to be Sebestas, our yellow Protoss, to start this series off. Taking on Art, our red Protoss in the bottom right corner. Do I think my audience changed in some ways over the last years, in a certain way? It's a very interesting question, but I wouldn't say I really ever thought about it. I don't think so. I mean, I think StarCraft just changed, but I don't know if my audience... I mean, I don't know what I would be able to tell from my audience changing, you know? As, yo, what's up, OT Neil? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming the sub. I think we all got older, right? And like so on, but like StarCraft was already a pretty mature game in the first place, so I don't know if that really affected anything. And I don't know, to be honest. Good question, but don't have a good answer. I guess probably no, otherwise I'd probably be able to tell you, right? There's less angry people in the chat nowadays. I feel like there's less... I mean, don't get me wrong, people still balance wine and argue and stuff sometimes, but, like, it's way less... Like, nowadays, we very rarely have, like, a mod around, and I very rarely have to, like, stop to, like, time someone out or whatever. So, like, in the past, this shit was, like, a major issue, you know? Like, it was all the time. So, yeah, I guess people stopped complaining. I feel like the people who wanted to complain all the time moved on in a lot of ways, so a lot of them moved on. I know some of them are still around, but... And sometimes I have the feeling like you, they're more on and off casual viewers. Yeah, I guess so. I think that's just... Maybe that's not so much my audience changing as much StarCraft changing. Like, a lot of people just... I think a lot of people always feel like they can come back to StarCraft 2. And especially in a world where StarCraft does not have as much going on, per se, as it used to. I mean, it's still pretty busy, let's be real. But I think StarCraft's always there to kind of come back to, so I'd say that's a pretty common trend. A lot of people just come back and pick up StarCraft a little bit, you know? I guess before we had more top-tier events that kept people around more constantly. Right? Whereas now with less events, people are more likely to take a break and watch something else and come back at some later stage, right? No, that's definitely a change. I think I think I don't think of that as my stream changing as much as that's just like StarCraft changing in general as Arc gets force fielded in here. Gonna be interesting moment or two to see where this goes. Blink coming up, Twilight Council Nexus on the way. It's gonna be seeing that Blink Corona boosting along right now, and we do have a couple of probes coming about. Stalkers coming over. We'll see a couple more Stalkers warping in as well, so getting that on the go. Piling up the top side, a couple of the Stalkers gonna step over. Start trying to deal with that for now. The Stalkers is going to go pegging away at that pylon for a couple of moments as well. I think the Rezo on the Primate. Somewhat more distance to SCT even though you still love it. Yeah, I think that's very common, to be honest, as Sebezdos is going to get another catch here, so honestly doing pretty well for himself in that regard. Getting a lot of this in his favor right now. Wonder what games the Rabid Rages have moved on to. I think we just had like a lot more. There's just more toxic people in the chat in general. Honestly, like, don't really know what else to say about it. To be honest, like, just more toxicity around in general in the past. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it is interesting. Sebezdos is coming about, pushing through. I think already done from Sebezdos, so he's gonna have that advantage if he wants it. He's just been in a good position in general in this game so far. In this series, I feel like he's playing a good little setup so far, and up one game, up pretty nicely at the start of this second one with some of the interactions we've seen while yapping on in the chat. Feels like the world is getting more toxic. That's very true. The world is absolutely getting more toxic. Is that not just social media, though? I feel like social media spreads bad behavior. Social media also just gives people a platform who should never really be allowed a platform. And the problem is, social media lets idiots find each other, you know? So, yeah. Like before, there might have been just the same amount of idiots, but now they can connect, and so they seem more powerful. And because more people see other people being idiots, they are more likely to become an idiot themselves, you know? The way people act rub off on other people, you know? I think the main thing is that it was easier to ignore idiots, or whatever you want to call them, right? But nowadays it's impossible to miss because everything in our life is interconnected. And so these voices that were very minute in the past are now just have now many more ways to kind of make themselves louder and make themselves be heard. So yeah. I mean, that was the issue with Twitch chat in a lot of ways, right? Like people were just like, oh, I can just be a dick in Twitch chat. Which is why we always, we over-moderated a lot in our chat. I think it's a very realistic thing to say, right? Like, you know, when Slowly was modding a lot, we were very aggressive on modding, but I always thought that was a very good approach to take, because if you mod aggressively, it stops people from doing it. Only the problem we had was that by modding aggressively and stopping things before it started, people then got mad at the mods because they felt like they should have the right to act however they want and not be moderated over. So because they were like, well, that's not crossing the line. I'm like, well, it is in this chat. And they're like, well, no, it's not. I'm like, it's my chat. It's whatever I say it is. But then, you know. So yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Let me mod, it'll be fine. Yeah, you guys are lucky Helen was never a mod. If Helen was a mod, my chat would be dead quiet right now because you would all be banned for some reason, some way, somehow. She'd be like, you didn't say hello in the right way. ban. It's like, well, how about we just start with like deleting their message? No, ban. The tone of your message was off, yeah. Ban. Ban. It was such a funny thing though, because like you would ban someone who was like, the thing is, we wouldn't even ban people. We'd delete their message or time them out for 1 second, just to delete their chat, just to give you all a hint that we should shut up about whatever you're yapping about, because it's not cool or whatever. And then someone would be like, wow, the mods are insert really bad thing you're not meant to say. And so then they get banned, and then someone else is like, holy goodness, the mods are so sensitive. And then everyone just like, it's that like gang up culture, right? It's like bully culture. Like all of a sudden everyone's like, yeah, cool, I can shit on the mods as well now because everyone else is. It's like, it's because we did what? We deleted someone's messages. Like they were still welcome to chat. We just stopped them from talking about what we didn't want them to talk about. Like, yeah, Twitch chat's crazy, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. It's much better now. This doesn't happen anymore. But it's one of those things where, like, not enough people start the issues in the first place anymore that we need to moderate as much. And because we don't moderate as much, people don't get upset at the moderators, which became a whole point of the problem as well, right? Like, people have given up on just being dicks in Twitch chat, I feel like, as much. Like, it genuinely do think that that's actually been something that's changed over time, honestly. It's probably a good point. There you go. People aren't dicks like they were before. I think people found places, like, finally people got bored. Like, it took a long time for certain people to get bored, but, like, people eventually got bored. I think there was someone that harassed Slowly for literally, like, a year. Like, every time Slowly, like, was in chat, they'd start making accounts. As soon as they make it, like, we'd ban them as soon as they followed the channel to talk in the chat, and they'd just make another account. And you could tell who it was by their new Twitch chat. Like, it was just so silly. We reported them to Twitch like multiple times over. It took forever. Like, I presume they either got bored or they, you know, walked off a building because they're too stupid, because they were too busy. They didn't have a lot going on. Like, I don't know what they were doing, man. Like, it was honestly insane. People crazy, man. People crazy. If trolling doesn't get the desired response repeatedly, trolls do eventually get bored. That's true. But then, just banning someone and not responding to them, right? Like, then, like, some of these people were getting off on getting banned and timed out, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the response was just very simply, they were like, hey, let's, like, you know, if they ban me, that's great. Like, thumbs up. Like, that's what I wanted. It's like, you didn't even get to say anything, bro. You know? Walked up a building. I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to think what stupid thing they could do, because I feel like people that do this must have very low brain cell count, so. Ladder Legends! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to Corny R, Dragonlance22, Patotch91, Humble Coda, and Divinasia TV. And thank you so much for sponsoring the OSC Championship as well. Appreciate you supporting the events we love. Thank you so much. Fiskers, thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. We should really get back on topic, because this is now a game 3. Sebezda's leading 2-0, and he's going to proxy the Robo to try and find a quick, solid way to capitalize on this matchup. So away we go. Stalker's coming up, Warp Gate on the way, Robo facility and Stalker's building. Let's get rolling here. There's probe scouting, but it's on the wrong side of the rocks for the moment, so Art does not get the spot on that just yet. We'll come around and see this eventually, but it's going to be as the Robo finishes. He's already going Robo Gate of his own, so he's already made his own tech choices. It can obviously still determine how exactly he kind of plays himself. Oh no. Art. No, buddy. No! No. He was in range to see it, but he was round the corner. Oh. Oh my god, he just saw this here, and as he walks back down. I mean, honestly, like I say, not the end of the world, because realistically, like, he's kind of tacking into something that's fine anyway, but obviously knowing is still good. Because it can change up how you defend. Maybe you add on a battery that you didn't have before, or you weren't going to have before. See how the approach of the attack goes from Sebezda's as well, because to be honest, There's a lot of ways you can approach the attack when you have this kind of immortal kind of proxy prism now in the way. You can try and elevate her up. You can just kind of camp the low ground. Camping the low ground and just denying these gateways is a fantastic way to start because it's such a risk-free way of doing this, and you take an advantage because then you own the low ground. Your opponent can't do much on the map, and you can just kind of start expanding yourself, so it puts the pressure on your opponent. Now, in this situation, you actually is going to be a pylon across the map here, and that's going to warp into a depth, so that's going to give us a chance to get in and do some damage. So Art will have a counter-attacking possibility here in the next couple of moments, as we just see. The Stalker's and the Immortal will try and pick away at the gateways. The Stalker's doing a good job of having good range right now and putting some damage back. Yeah, these Adepts are killer. These Adepts are actually really killer. That's very unfortunate. Well, very unfortunate I say, but obviously just very well played, really, as we set up here. And do you see... Yeah, we do see just, 5 probes going down, so that takes a while to clean up. It takes away your attention over here, and we've not been able to deny the gateways yet, so that's still a factor. Now you've got to try and figure out where those Adepts came from too. If you don't realize that was a pylon, then that's an issue. Force field in return here. Sentry very nearly going down. Sentry from Sabez does go down. He's got a second Immortal now. Just wants to get rid of that gateway realistically. At this point though, two Immortals can kill Stalkers so fast as well. So maybe you just leave those kind of at the front too. Gate goes down, second gate coming about. Twilight Council will come through. I mean, oh, we're actually going to have the Immortal over here, and the 2 Stalkers will deny this Robo, so... Seth is actually supply blocked as well right now, but he is going to get up this ramp. Force Field did not come down to deny this, and because the Prism's across the map, you can't micro anything away. So there's a significant advantage here for Sebestas, who has himself the chance to micro with the Prism. New Immortal just popped out, but like I say, you've got to be super careful with that because you don't have the Prism to micro with. It's on its way back home, though, so we're not far from having it. Does Sebestas do enough right here? I think it's pretty good for him. I mean, it's funny is that no one's expanded yet. Obviously, now we don't have a Robo facility anymore. We do, but it's unpowered. So that's going to kind of limit what you can do overall. Definitely puts us in a bit of an interesting position, to be honest. Prism pulls over. It's going to be seeing the recall back home so we can set back up over here for the moment. And just reset for now, so things will calm themselves momentarily. There's these couple of Adepts coming through. Again, that pylon in the natural is just a killer. Like, it just keeps coming back into play. Again and again and again and again. It's just getting so much done. And able to find so much value with just that single pylon is definitely amazing. I mean, if it wasn't for that, I'm not going to say this game doesn't go the same way, but it definitely puts Art into a worse position because right now he's only benefited from that pylon. Although I guess the defense after the first 2 Adepts was pretty good. I mean, right now we're what, 26 to 23 workers, 27 to 21 army supply. Very nearly gets the Prism immediately there. Built double Robo at home. So he's going to follow up with more Robo play. Kind of respect that, to be honest. The Stargate comes in from the opponent. Oh, don't lose the Prism! Oh my goodness, playing with fire. Gotta be careful about that. Yeah, can't lose the Prism with the 2 Immortals inside. Stargate is going to give you a way to kind of lift up Immortals and kind of take the, Robo units out of the equation. So, Stargate will start to build Phoenix, and that's going to be your plan here as Art to get into a better army. Seb is already going across the map again. I mean, that's risky as well when you consider the fact that his opponent obviously has the Prism on the map. But that Prism being low does mean that, logically speaking, you should probably bring it back home, and so that's what we start to do. And by bringing it back home, we give ourselves potentially the chance to, yeah, maybe possibly fix this up. Now we actually do catch the Prism as well on the map. Okay, that's amazing. Getting rid of these 2 Immortals. What a catch by Seb. Just completely understanding the situation here and just understanding where to go, where to move to. I mean, that's amazing. 2 Immortals and the Prism going down. We are going to lift an Immortal here, but we don't have the damage output to take advantage of that just yet, so it's not exactly going exactly how you want it to. Pushing up this ramp is not exactly going how we want it to either, though, I don't think. Remember, we do have no expansion, but we're still on a long distance to the low ground. Considering that, you've got to think that Art is now going to be struggling to mine himself, so that is a factor to keep in mind too, that his economy is going to be hurting at this point also. Nexus continues by. I'm just going to start up the expansion from Sebezdes as we do. I'm honestly saying Sebezdes so much is getting me to trip over myself at this point. I'm going to start just saying Sebezdes. I need to say his name. But, yeah, 2-up in this series, a map away from qualifying. And I would say a lead in this game 3, but definitely not decided yet. I mean, these Phoenix are scary. They can definitely have some value. You got to be careful against them. If we can get rid of Phoenix, this is amazing, because any Phoenix you get rid of is less potential to take your important units out. Your opponent is relying on outnumbering you via the Phoenix, so removing the Phoenix really allows that to, or really takes that possibility away. Because the Immortal's taking a long time to die in the sky. There's not a lot of anti-air, so the Immortal actually lives. It's a second liftoff to try and actually kill it off, but we're just going to step into this fight, and there's no Prism here, so these Immortals are going to go down. That feels pretty disastrous, no? The Depths tanked a lot. Honestly, I feel like this fight was so weird. I felt like it did not quite go the way I thought it would, but Seb does win it, and GG does get called. He wins the 3-0 and takes this down. Guys, we are going to take a couple moments. When we return, it is going to be more StarCrafts. We're going to throw the Ladder Legends video on. When we come back, it will be more games as we head into Milky Cow versus Mini Zerg. So we'll head into that in just a moment. I'll see you guys in a sec. I'll be back with you in just a couple of moments. Be right back.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Welcome back, as we are going to go into one more best of 5 a day, last match of the day, as we do have Milky Cow Mini Zerg TVZ coming up to see who will qualify alongside Seb in this bracket. And whoever does not will have one more chance tomorrow in Challenger Bracket C, because that'll be our final qualifier, and then we have the main event starting on Tuesday. Very, very exciting as we get ready to go. Ready and go, going high being called, so we should be able to kick this off in a sec, guys. Is that all set, I think? So just, yeah, waiting for one play action. Waiting for one guy. Alright, GLHF gets called. Tourmaline coming up. Let's go. Let's cast some games. As you can see, Milky Cow has named himself aptly for the European server. Love that. Brilliant. Alright, in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Zerg player. This is Mini Zerg. Taking on the top right blue Terran, it is Milky Cow. As we get into this and we start this off and we get ready and we party and we talk StarCraft, GLHF, or GHLF, actually. The GHLF instead of the GLHF. What does it mean? I'll leave it to you, Twitch chat. Only a Terran. Oh yeah, it's like Terrans. Like Terrans don't exist lately. It's really not. I think the Terrans have not been that absent, have they? Have they? We had some Fox earlier as well. There has been maybe a little bit of a lack of Terran overall, but maybe not too bad. Let's just have depot lowering, Raxes in the gas coming up, depots. Drones in the hatchery coming up as well. Go home, live free. Good hands, lame feet. I like good hands, lame feet. that's stupidly. That's just stupid enough to tickle my fancy apparently. All right, we are settling here at Raxton, so coming through the Reaper is going to be on the way. But one of these barracks is proxy, so Milky Cow with a little bit of an aggressive opening here. Going to start us off in a fun little manner, so kind of like that, and just see where we go and what we do. And that Reaper about halfway done at the moment, just going to bring that straight in. Catching the pool coming up with that gas already building. But yeah, like I say, one of the barracks proxy means 2x Reaper, a little bit of the pressure will arrive a little sooner, and we'll try and get a little bit more done early because of that as well. So imagining that will be kind of the way that this plays. Let's get this ready to go. Reaper will fight. Actually doesn't get that drone as it becomes a spore just in time, but that's 2 spores forced already, which is a pretty big deal. Like, that's already a lot of pressure applied in the very first few moments. Reaper just going to fight a few more of the Zerglings, taking some damage. The Reaper still coming up, the factory coming online. Again, Ling Speed, the Queens coming through as well, so a lot of that continues as the Reaper steps away a little further. You can see a second Reaper showing up. And join up right there, a little grenade onto the Queen, just going to push that back a little bit. Actually going to lose a Reaper, which is not ideal, and now we're going to lose another one, so 2 Reapers go down. We've only killed a Ling, and especially when you consider that this is a commitment, right? This is an army that is on the map, and like I say, it's commitment, right? Like, at the end of the day, this is straight up just a position where, like, you commit a barracks onto the map, and then you lose both the Reapers without achieving really anything. Yeah, that really is less suboptimal, to say the least, as the factory does land onto the reactor. A couple of Hellenes will start up, barracks move to the side, another barracks going to come down as well. That Ling Speed building next couple of moments. Alright, so the Hellenes come through, another barracks coming into place, that starport still building as well, so again, a lot of that going straight by for the moment. A lot of this setup coming around for now, and we will see where things go. As a couple of Hellenes move about, again, the command center, the Queens, everyone just settling at this point in time. Terran is weak AF right now. Most Terran players like myself are waiting for balance updates. Well, that makes sense. I think everyone's waiting for balance updates because everyone has the same opinion about their race. It's very smart. I'm sure all of the Terran players that are already qualified for this tournament are thinking the exact same thing, that they just, instead of playing the tournament, they're just going to wait for balance updates instead. 200 IQ. That's smart. Maybe by OSC Championship 14, they'll be able to play again. Ay. Well, Marines of Stim coming through for a couple of moments. Just gonna have ourselves the action building up, so we'll get that underway. And we're just gonna have ourselves again the Bane Nest and Larenso coming through, the drones and the Lings all building by. And we just settle for a few moments here. And Bane Nest and the Lair both building up, the drones and a couple of Lings continue through as well, so again a lot of that coming online already. Nothing overly crazy just yet. We do have the engineering bays at the front. Hellions will help the wall, and that is going to be a pushback for the moment on that Ling. Look at how just coming across the map. Apply some pressure. I do feel like Minizerg had some issues in the early mid-game of ZVT earlier against Foxer. Felt like he ended up behind, but once he got to Ultras, he was in a great spot. So I wonder if, I wonder if maybe here this time we might be seeing a similar kind of vibe, and if it does happen, I wonder if Milky Cow can kind of capitalize a little bit more so before those Ultras kind of take to the field and so on. So we shall see. We'll just have any Hellions going to be chased away by the Lings. The Libra again pushed down to the bottom side by the Spore, but the Hellions all going to get caught, so Milky Cow not going to have a great time here initially. It's going to be seeing the melee upgrades still continuing, 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continuing up as well. Infestation Pit builds, like I say, that's not surprising because we know that Minizerg likes to kind of get to those Ultras quickly based on that previous series. Just kind of Ling Bane into Ultra. Makes a lot of sense. You need to get Bane speed though. The longer you don't get Baneling speed for here, the more concerned for you I'm going to be, because that's generally pretty important. So hopefully remember that as the Marines are going to be there. A few of these Zerglings are going to be going down immediately. That's going to be a shutdown. That's going to be a pushback. The Bray pulled back home and is just going to sit defensively as well. I did get start one Infestor. We did get Bane speed started as well in the end, so that's going to help us out. Push us a little bit more in the right direction. Yeah, Armory coming through. 1-1 in combat shield all building. Extra Marines and Medivacs. Reducing also as we get all of that underway. A little bit of a stim in here. Going to see some of the Banes. So I was going to say slow Banes on that left-hand side. Feel like a great opportunity to kind of get some pickoffs already, so thought we might be seeing something coming through there for a moment or two. Not quite happening though in the end, as we just have the rest of the Lings moving back over. Gonna run to that right side. Widowmine goes off on a bunch of those Lings. Meanwhile, the Marines are going to wrap around and try and fight over here, but not going to find too much again just yet. He's going to shoot it down a Medivac, and I guess these Marines will tank a couple of Bane shots, but should be the end of that aggression for now at least, so that is going to get rounded out. Just going to see the rest of the Marines and the mines will continue to move through for the moment. Continue to get set up here. Over the next few seconds, we're going to get rid of even more creep at the front. The creep we get rid of obviously allows you to really open this game up a little bit, and kind of give you some of those opportunities and possibilities. So keep moving around. Fungal is going to grab a few of those Marines already. The Ling's still running through. See the Marines loading back up, Medivacs evacuating. Isn't the armor upgrade in production right now, Milky Cows? Just something to try and remember. He does have a run by hitting his left side, right side base, sorry, which is going to be Zerglings. Let's start against that mineral line and see how many SCVs they get. As there's Marines nearby, so we should be able to deal with this well. Just like I say, we'll see exactly how it goes down. The rest of the Marines coming back over. Command Center going to get into place at the front as we get ready for a fourth. And we do see Minizerg able to make his way to that Ultra Cavern pretty swiftly right now. So again, that Ultra Cavern up and running here. Going to be a big step in the right direction for him at the moment. Oh, nice Fungal. I'm going to just come through and actually land on a lot of these Marines. That Fungal's going to be huge. Allows Minizerg a pretty good cleanup. We do see some damage on this bottom right side as the Marines come around the other side and into another big Fungal, though. It's going to be seeing a couple of shots coming through. The Medivac's going to get pushed away. Marines the Mines are going to get set at the front, and we are going to be seeing 2-2 coming up as well. Adrenaline Claw is building. +1 vehicle plating coming up. Again, extra Marines and Medivacs still coming through as well. Nice to see those feelings gathering together. Just for the moment. I mean, yeah, we have the Ling's going to keep running through, but I feel like I've seen Lings in this mineral line so often, and yet I'm still yet to see truly a situation where, like, damage is done. Like, these SCVs are just not dying, no? We've lost 4 SCVs this game, and I mean, this is not the first time we've had Lings in the mineral line. Which is kind of a little crazy, surely. Feels a little crazy to me, at least, but, maybe I'm just the crazy one. Couple Ultras coming through, the Infestor, Adrenal Glands, and the 3-3 coming up. I mean, like I say, we get to Ultras, and this becomes a bit of a different game right here, so Another nice fungal or two, gonna try and buy you some of that time. We do lose some of the infestors though. Milky Cow gonna start pulling back for a moment. Again, +3 melee, +3 carapace, adrenal glands. All coming through. That chitinous plating going to be a part of that as well, so we keep that coming in. It's going to be seeing the Lings still hitting up to the top side, so they're going to run straight over there as well. These Lings going to get in after those SCVs. 7 workers going down at the moment. Make it 10. So finally we get some SCV damage. This is what Milky Cow is, I feel like, being on the verge of taking the entire time. But this guy, Minizerg, now he gets Command Center too, so pretty successful few moments there. You can see Widowmine shot or two, going to try and soften things up. The Infestor looking to get forward to get involved again. And we do see Milky Cow giving it some respectful spacing. Need to kind of get that 4th base saved, right? If we don't save that 4th, it becomes awkward. I mean, really, as the Terran holding his forward base would have been the better location originally. We are going to see Ghosts coming up, mind you, so that should help. It's a massive fungal. Ultras do get us around, but then just after we do see the Marines able to lift. So it feels like Minizerg running in with a lot of possibility here. There's CCs floating across. If it lands, it's going to die to an Ultra Swing or so. Bam, bam. CC goes down. I mean, it was burning to death anyway, but it could have flowed to the natural and just got repaired. Now some Ghosts out, some Snipes coming through as Milky Cow trying his absolute utmost to not roll over and die here on Tourmaline, but I think he's had a lot of bad trades, honestly, in this game. Like, he's had a lot of worse trades than what I would have expected Milky Cow to be taking. And a lot of fights that didn't quite go in his favor. And he obviously absorbed a bunch of fungal growths as well. He was catching fungal growths like, you know, like they give you bonus money in the game or something. Like, that part was definitely not pretty either. So, you know, it was also a suboptimal situation, to say the least. Points gather, a few Marines join up. The medevac comes, excuse me, comes over there a little bit as well. Gonna pull straight through for a moment or so. Just have ourselves the couple of fungals loaned down onto the bio army, so it's gonna see a little bit more coming up. The Ultra Ling gonna run around. Bane and Festa coming over too. The Lings continue to wrap around to see just what else they can get going at this point in time. And +1 missiles, the flyer attack upgrade all buildings. We've got Corruptors coming out too. Fungal on these medevacs, so all the units are gonna go down there. Those fungals are great. And that's going to put Milky Cow even more behind than he already was, as this does feel as though we have got ourselves. I mean, the Ghost and the Mines are doing some work. A fungal on the ramp. I think Minizerg will win this on reinforcements anyway, but actually had an exciting moment or two, if nothing else. GG's, and Minizerg takes game number 1 of this best of 5. Alright, so Minizerg going to take the lead in the series, and it opens up strong in this one. So that is going to work lovely, as we'll get ready for more here in a couple of seconds, guys. Just run the ads and we'll get into game 2 in a couple of moments and kick off into this next little bit of StarCraft and our last matchup of the day. Alright. Old Republic, our map. He's like, man, I hadn't really cast him much before these qualifiers, and he's popping off. He had some good games earlier today as well, so exciting to see, cool to see. Fun to see in general. Obviously, players doing well, playing well. I love it. Alright, we are going to go in a second. Everyone's in the lobby at least, and Go and GLHF gets called. Get ready to kick this off. Perfecto. Let's do this. Old Republic, going to be the map. Let's get this started. As we have in the top right-hand side, the Red Terran, who will be down by a game. This is Milky Cow. Up against the Blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner, we've got Mini Zerg. Turned into Mega Zerg. With the way that this is going and looking to qualify into that lower bracket. Of the OSC Championship. Shaman GG Machine already qualified Zergs into the lower bracket. Baby Marine as well. It was a Terran. Otherwise, it was a lot of Protoss. Not qualified so far, so. And Mines as we settle in here. Game 2 of this series. Do 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 do. None of the good qualifiers was aware of this. Shh. This is privileged stream-only information. I'm gonna proxy a barracks again. This time the Overlord sees it, so you have a rough idea of what's going on pretty quickly, honestly. And the Reaper coming through, the barracks coming up, the orbital on the way. Hatch gas pool, all coming into place, the drone on the way as well. And get this settled on down. Again, a couple of Reapers still building through. It's gonna be seeing them continuing out for a moment or so as well. And we'll see if they can do some more damage this time. Obviously losing those first 2 Reapers early last time from Milky Cow wasn't great. I think he got back into a good enough position in the game, just was not really able to recover in that later stage of the game. Eventually anyway, though, was kind of the bigger issue that kind of came around. So, let's see what happens here this time. The Reaper's coming up, the factory on the way through, link speed. Hatchery, Queens. A little bits of everything coming over. Just gonna see a little grenade going down. The Ling's gonna get caught. It'll be there. We do go back and forth with a couple of Reapers right now, and we just see a couple of grenades coming down, so putting some pressure out just for the next few moments. It's going a lot better. Nice little grenade there, but we still have to try and find a little bit more from all of this overall, I would say. Definitely looking for extra still. And as the Reapers, I mean, again, good control, but you have, again, you've proxied one of your barracks, right? So ideally, there is something more to be achieved here at this current point in time. Just pull back. Again, the link speed is about to finish. 2 factories on the way from Milky Cow, so we're actually going to play mech here as Milky Cow. Wow. Okay. Milky Cow's going to play mech. Definitely a little bit unique. Old Republic as a map, I guess, very choky, so maybe just like the aspect of the mech being able to cover a lot of these positions. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We don't see a lot of mech right now, so A, I'm intrigued as to exactly what sort of composition he ends up playing here, and B, I'm intrigued in terms of, like, you know, what does Mini Zerg do about it? Is Mini Zerg, like, clearly confident against mech? Does he have a good game plan versus mech, or is he also going to be kind of like, whoa, wait, mech? I don't really play versus mech much on the ladder at the moment. It's not like we're not super far removed from a mech heavier meta. I mean, like, you know, mech was not super crazy on the pre-patch, on the last patch, so not super crazy, just not something we see a lot nowadays. Feeling pretty nice, still coming up, a couple of Hellions coming by, and just have ourselves 7 drones still producing through as well. Get the Hellion, put some pressure on that bottom side. On the way to Blue Flame, currently just going for a lot of Hellions. And if you don't really realize this is coming, and then Blue Flame Hellions run at you, and you don't have defense outside of Zerglings, that could be an issue, as you know, just in itself. So that could already be an amusing scenario that we could end up on here at some point. And the Infernal Preignited, a couple of Hellions all coming through, so all of that going around right off the bat. I'm just going to see the Hellions again, going to trade well against these Lings. They get kind of surrounded, but then they kill the Lings surrounding, so it doesn't do much. Bane Nest now on the way. Blue Flame is about to finish. Do we just die to Blue Flame Hellions? Like, we're going to run up into the main base. There's going to be new Hellions showing up. I mean, Ling's going to chase through. Queen's going to be a good defense, but then those new Hellions are going to do a good job on that low ground. That's where a bunch of the damage ends up coming from, so that is going to be a pretty major part of that. And that definitely helps. And it definitely helps. 11 more drones on the lair, all continuing through. Hellion still in production on the side on Milky Cow. Those Lings coming over. 16 drones going down. It's a pretty good starting point. Milky Cow obviously gave up a lot of Hellions to do it. He's going to go Stim behind it. Wow, so he's actually going to play Bio behind the triple factory. So he goes triple factory Hellions with Blue Flame, and then he's going to go Stim and Marines behind this. So what's funny is we're still not even responding to the fact that this is Blue Flame Hellions. Now we're going to start an Armory. Wait, what the hell are we doing? I guess we're just going to have Hellbats plus Bio. What doesn't really make sense of that is that obviously Hellbats and Marines are both mineral dump units, so you're going to be very mineral heavy on all of your costs right here. Maybe we factored that in. Maybe we have a plan. I mean, I just don't see us getting enough Marines up for Stim to be meaningful for a long time if you're going to keep cranking out Hellions, which if it was 2 factories into like Bio on the follow, we'd be like, oh, cool play. But like 3 factories into some Bio, like that's just so much Hellion investment, or attempt to invest into Hellion at least. More drones going down. A lot of those drones starting to get low. Link's looking for a counterattack. How hopeful is that going to be against someone who's still building Hellions? Not very. Rotorons coming up. Missile upgrades because we're expecting this to be mech. And now we're going to switch into Widow Mine production, which does solve a little bit of the thing that I'm talking about in terms of the mineral dump of the Hellions and the Marines crossing over. So now we're going to build a bunch of mines, get drilling floors, and that's going to give us maybe even some mine drops. Could be kind of interesting on the next stage of this game as in terms of harassment. What a weird situation. What a weird game. What's the Milky Cow just going completely off the beaten path with the build order, and yeah, absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. When upgrades and road speed still coming through, those Hellions are still making a play at those drones, so still trying to get in over there. The Queens will gather up for a couple moments. And that roach speed coming through, and we do commit to those roaches. I mean, roaches are still fine against Bio as well. Like, it's maybe not immediately what you would go for every time, but it's not like this is going to make you recoil away and be like, oh no, like this is unplayable. Now I'm playing against Bio here. Like, it doesn't really work like that, so that's very interesting. Like I say, what a weird situation we're playing in at the moment. Weird, weird, weird situation. Never mind, it goes down that. Just going to be seeing the 11 drones killed. So we do have honestly a good amount of damage dealt from Milky Cow in the end. What's the final kill count on the workers? 38. It cost you 22 Hellions though, so it wasn't cheap. Like, he built, it's 2,000 minerals of Hellions that went down. Now, like I say, we're transitioning through into the Bio. Mini-Zerg just playing roaches. And obviously, because there's roaches coming up, we should be focused on some tanks. We're building 1 tank at a time, 4 mines at a time. We still have the potential to just run mines in and kind of mine drop them around, because they can burrow so quickly. They're always going to be a threat. You've got to be so on top of things to ensure that that does not become an issue. So, I mean, that in itself is kind of a problem right now, to be honest, too. Combat shield's about to finish. Widow Mine's going to unload here as we step through. Going to just burrow up and get a few drones, but they all blew up on the same pack, so not that effective. And back boosting again, +1 vehicle weapons coming up as well. So a little burrow building, +2 carapace, Roach Ravager all coming out as well here. Just currently, there's a few extra Zerglings going to join the fray. Engineering bays and reactors will build up. The depots continue through. Down through the center of the map, Milky Cow with his bigger push. Looking to capitalize on everything he's been able to achieve so far in this game. And I mean, I think he should be able to, personally. Like, it feels like a good situation, though, overall. Tank's a little bit slow to siege. The Roaches actually get a pretty good jump on this, and we're actually going to see a bunch of the tanks starting to go down. Medevac's actually have to come back and save them, and we're actually going to lose so much at the end of this all. How? Mini-Zerg is popping off today, honestly. Like, some of these game scenarios don't make much sense to me, but Mini-Zerg is just killing it. Mini-Zerg is just killing it. Love it. Tank's going to try and siege up on the high ground. I mean, this is the awkward part. It's like breaking through this, because this triple factory, you actually have a lot of reinforcements able to come out, tech-wise at least, very quickly. See, that part's a little surprising, but, yeah. Very cool. Couple tank shots going to go off. The Lings trying to run by. A couple of these SCVs getting jumped on already as well. +1 attack. The vehicle weapon upgrade also coming into play there, so going to get a lot of that on the way through just for the moment. Get that up and running. 10 SCVs going down. Just going to have the +1 melee, +2 carapace all coming up as well. So again, a lot of little bits and pieces just being brought to play at the moment as the medevac gets chased away. We'll see, has the mines inside, so has a lot of drop potential here. Hive coming up, extra upgrades as well. Minizug improving this game state for a little bit. Just going to see that medevac going down as well. Going to see that getting picked off already. Vikings just join up. And melee and the +2 carapace going through. The 1-1 upgrades going by as well. So again, a lot of that. We're going straight into play for now. Bling, Bane, Roach, Ravager joining through too. Again, +2 melee, Adrenal Glands also continuing into place at the moment. I mean, Minizug gets to a lot of the stuff he likes to be on. I mean, that fight earlier, that defense earlier really opened the game for him, I think. Really gave him the chance to kind of do as he wishes, right? Like I say, like get to the ultras, get to the point he's going to be extremely comfortable with. So, able to kind of get there definitely is nice. Couple of corrosive vials coming down. Vikings getting hit. Roach Ravager Bane going to turn around, just going to jump in towards this position. Widowmine's going to get rid of a bunch of Banes initially. Nice fight from Milky Cow to start us off. He is attacking the bottom side base as well, by the way, so there's going to be drones going down in the 6 o'clock during this, and that's a lot of drones that start to fall. The base might even go down. It does. Marines able to grab that already, so the Marines getting some good damage dealt. The Ultras, the Lings continuing through. Adrenal Glands and the +2 melee upgrade continue to come about. Going to lose one of the full medevacs to the Queens, which is a nice win for Minizug. Always good to be clearing up your opposition like that, as now we see Ling with Roach Ravager continue to chase through. And he's chasing up, again pushing straight through for a moment or so. I mean, we get the pressure of corrosive vials onto that forward siege tank is a nice little something to get rid of here. Again, the Ultra's building, +2 melee, Chitinous playing, +3 carapace. Other 3 Ravagers and the Ultra's ready to come forward. Widowmine going to go off on the Overseer. That's going to hurt a little bit. A bit of splash coming through. Look at how supply is dropping though. Minizug, I like the runaway here. Try and preserve some of these units, especially those Ultras would be nice to keep alive. And just get maxed out and ready to go again. As you are slowing Milky Cow down. You're getting his bases lifted, right? You're kind of slowing his economy. You're trading well. 15k each is very good for the Zerg, right? Forcing this base to lift off as well, so can't mine from there just yet. Wurzak, thank you so much for the 87-month resub on the Prime as well, during the course of a pretty mad game and a pretty mad series as well at this point. Ultras and Infestus still coming through, the extra Banes coming about as well. So a lot of that comes in for the moment. We bring a lot of this across just for now. Infestors are building, just going to be seeing the Marines getting Overlords. Milky Cow is going to be close to maxing out at least, but like I said, do you feel like he's struggling in a lot of these fights? I feel like he's genuinely having a bad time trying to take some of these engagements. Like, so many of these situations are just not going well for him. A couple of units are going to run in over here, and I mean, can immediate cancel on that command center. Widowmines will do a little bit of damage initially. A couple of investors get left behind, but SCV's going down too, as once again we're just making sure we're attacking multiple places. We are going to be seen over here. These units are super low, by the way. Man, one fungal on those medevacs or those Marines would have been deadly. I like the Infestors. I think we should keep the numbers of Infestors up, and Minizug is rebuilding a few more to replace some of the losses. Vax will load up, just going to dodge away once again. It's just trying to get out of there for a couple seconds. Trying to scoot out of trouble. You And the buy will unload and a couple queens, so the queen here will be in some trouble as well, so a few more shots. Going straight onto those, the lings get over. Gonna play a bit of defense as well. Liberator sieges again, just gonna have that queen is gonna be firing through, so queen going to shoot a couple of fungals, catching a couple of units on the high ground there. That's nice, again, getting the opportunity to chase out that army. And one fungal onto the big cluster would have been so good, but we don't quite get it. There's a good bank for Mini-Zerg, so his economy is in a good place to rebuild. And he's actually getting a bunch of corruptors up, so just getting ready to... What are you going to do with the corruptors? I guess just there's a Libra 2 out, and also something more solid to chase after the Medivacs. Medivacs are super low on energy. I don't know if we necessarily need corruptors. Maybe if the like I say, there's one lib here, but if there was more libs, sure. I guess it's probably fine no matter what. It's just, you know, current state of things maybe. Not the most necessary of things. Anyways, it doesn't really matter too much. Maybe a little bit of supply invested there. We'll still have a role to play. As Mini-Zerg looks to try and now maybe defend this base. Probably not. Probably not going to happen. That base just goes down immediately, so that isn't going to get picked off already. The Ultraling Ravager coming back over to the left side. A couple of Widow Mines still left behind. Going to get cleaned out too. Milky Cow did establish the 5th base. That's huge for the Terran. Again, a 5th base up and online really does a lot for you. Pushes you absolutely in the correct direction now. So that's going to be a much better situation than what we had going before. +3 attack, +2 vehicle plating. All these little bits and pieces continue to come through right now. See the bio joining up as well. Yeah, these couple of units will gather as we just have... I feel like every time I look at the bio army, it's low HP. Which is why I really feel like a couple of the infested fungals would be so good at certain points of this. Overseer's getting shot down. This time it's Snipe City, and the snipes are doing a lot of the work. And putting some work in. There's finally the fungal. Oh, infests from the other side, but we lost all the ultras already, so continuing to move into this doesn't really work out. A lot of the supply for Mini-Zerg is already on the rebuild, so unfortunately is not really as well set up there as you want to be. A little bit of a shame. Ultra's still coming up, +2 missiles still coming up as well, so again we get a lot of that started too. And there was some good fungals in the end. It was just, like I say, if those infestors could have found their way around there a little bit sooner, that could have made a big difference. Going to build a Greater Spire, going to threaten the possibility of the Broodlords. I don't hate it, but at the same time I'm not sure Broods are going to have much of a role to play. Yeah, I feel like Mini-Zerg is playing such an active kind of move around army that I feel like old Broods are just going to slow him down. And to be fair, like at the same time I get it, like he's obviously not able to take good fights and hasn't been able to for a while. He's struggling to engage with these units. Running headfirst into a Widow Mine does not exactly help you in that concept. A spy on the way, like I say, it's got me thinking, do we want Broodlords or not? I actually just think there's enough answer to the Broodlords anyway, with a couple of ghosts available and so on. I just really don't think we see too much come out of this, to be honest. I just don't think we see too much come out of this in the end. Alright, well. One of the issues now is, do we need more bases of the Zerg? I mean, to be fair, some of these bases just haven't mined comfortably for a while, so any Zerg getting some new bases up would be nice. This base on the left side has been cancelled multiple times over. This is going to be killed as it builds. Going into 9 infestors again, but again, I think Mini-Zerg's issue is actually just getting those infestors into the right position in these fights. Like the infestors, there's been multiple moments where a fungal would have been amazing, and we've just the fungal has been completely absent. So we need to actually focus on getting these kind of truly set up and into position. So we've seen some snipes coming down, ultras taking a lot of damage, man. I mean, again, the fungal came in, but maybe arguably a little bit late. Another couple fungals here at the very end, but like, you know, what good is it fungaling at the end of all this? Like, what do we achieve in that regard? Nothing. Nothing good. Like, you already lost the ultras. I mean, are these trades still reasonable? 7k resource loss, definitely trending into Milky Cow's favor the last few fights, which is not surprising overall. I think it's going to get rid of the engineering bay at the back, the +3 armor. This other engineering bay is going to continue through because that will be saved, so just the one engineering bay going down in this case, and arguably the less important one in the grand scheme of things right now. So that bio coming through again. Ultras, Lings, drones, all continuing up. +3 armor, +3 vehicle plating. The advanced ballistics coming about as well right now, so again we continue to get that set up into place. Couple of shots. Ling's going to be running through. The Ghost getting caught. We're actually going to see the Ultras making a good bid at that base up here. We have got the possibility. Festus need to stand forward a little bit, but we do not have enough Ghost energy right now as Milky Cow gets pushed back. This is a good fight, and we actually win by taking down a base as well. I thought at some point he was going to drop in a fungal on all those SCVs. That would have been really nice. There's multiple plantaries available right now. A fungal lands where the others already ran to. Oh my god, the Overseers actually do splash the Widow Mines onto the bio there. Milky Cow's losing a lot of his infrastructure, a lot of his bases, and he actually might be in some trouble at the end of all of this. All said and done, Mini Zerg might be making something happen here finally. Jesus, what a game we have had develop once more. Yeah, pretty crazy. The fungal there catches a couple of units, and Marauders and Marines getting chased away again. A little bit more of a pushback for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing another fungal landing. Marauder going to be caught in that. Yeah, I mean, this is going to do it. This was finally the shove that Mini Zerg needed, but man, it took a lot of effort. This was not easily done in the slightest. Like, this was truly an effort through and through. And in the end, it's just about going to be enough for Mini Zerg to take a game 2. A lot of SCVs going down as they were stacked up on that base over there, so a lot of them went down very quickly. I think that is going to finally be good enough to get GG's and get this game called to a resolution. Mini Zerg 2-0 over Milky Cow currently, and is a map away from qualifying to the OSC Championship 13. What a game. Kind of a wild one, because like I say, I feel like Mini Zerg felt like he won so many fights, and then all of a sudden just felt like he couldn't take a fight to save his life. Sometimes that's just ZVT, I guess, and finding the right way for your units to engage can be super difficult. Yeah. All games, Terran plays strong and nice, but Zerg just A-move in the end. Yes, getting yourself fungled repeatedly is a strong and nice play. I understand exactly why you struggle with Terran. You should try. There's this game called Hello Kitty Island. I think it might be more your brainpower. I'm just going to ban you because then I don't have to read your nonsense anymore. It's embarrassing to balance wine, but also to then reveal that you're clearly stupid at the same time. Because then you're not just a balance whiner, you're a stupid balance whiner. You're not even making good points. Really sad. You could have just been a balance whiner, you know? You could have been like, man, don't ultras look kind of strong? And no one really thinks of anything. But instead you say something stupid at the same time. It's unlucky. Better look in the next Twitch chat. Game number 2. As we kick off, we get going. Get this into play. I think some people see Terran being the aggressor and Zerg being the defender, and so they think Zerg does nothing. Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like, to be fair, like, a lot of the time I think Terrans look like they're doing a lot right, and it's true. I think Zerg is the race where you get underappreciated in terms of what you're doing a lot of the time, because what you do a lot of the time as Zerg is underappreciated, right? Like, it's not flashy, it's not fancy on screen or on camera. I don't get me wrong, like, the reality is in this last game though, like, Milky Cow did not play a good early to mid game. He played a lot of fancy attacks that were very inefficient. I mean, he was 15k to 15k resources lost. That's not a good set of trades for a Terran player in TVZ, right? So, that clearly wasn't good enough already, so... Yeah, the entire first, like, 10 to 12 minutes of this game was already negative in terms of the experience you were kind of providing for yourself, so... Yeah... Like, you killed a bunch of, drones as well, but it also cost you, like, 22 Hellions, right? Like, it's all well and good killing a bunch of drones, but killing a bunch of drones over 4 minutes when you're also giving up the same units to do so. And the thing is, especially with Hellions, is like, that delays, because he went from triple factory into bio, He killed so much and then had no way to capitalize. Because if you're truly in a good position there, if you kill 22 drones, or what was it, like 30 plus drones, I think? Because it was 22 Hellions that died. He was like, if you kill that amount of drones, you should be able to move across the map and do damage with a push. And that was not the case, right? Like, that just wasn't the case at all. Reaper heading down the map. Yeah, it's settled in here. It will take a few moments. Just going to be seeing the drone is going to nibble at the SDV. Mini Zerg. A map away from qualifying. Genuinely impressed, man. I thought Milky Cow was going to be a big favorite in this group, but not the case. Ling's going to chase. Reaper will take some damage. Moving through for a couple moments. Just going to see the Reaper trying to show up and make some plays for a couple moments. Kind of just where we're at right now. The Ling's going to be there. Queen is going to be there for the Reaper as well. So just going to put some pressure on. Grenade comes down. Just going to bop the Queen back to the other side. The few Zerglings are going to step up to get rid of one Zergling already. Now the drone trying to step through as well. And the Hellion Command Center, Starport, all building into play. Light speed going to be a part of that. So we're doing pretty nicely. First game, we're not going to go proxy a barracks on the map as well, right? So, funnily enough, I feel like this Reaper has been almost more effective than the proxy Rax Reapers. Maybe not entirely true, but I don't think it's that crazy a statement. Banshee and the Hellion still building up, so we take a couple moments there. Just going to be having the hatch still coming through, the Queen on the way up as well. Getting that underway for now. This building, as we just have the, again, hatch, drones, Queen coming through. A couple Hellions looking to try and get by, looking for some damage early. Means we'll start to put some work out. Going to see the couple Zerglings are going to join up and chase after said Hellions. Going to see both those Hellions going down, so that is going to be a pick-off. Only a couple drones, killing a couple Hellions is kind of fine. Going to go Cloak Banshees behind this right now as Milky Cow, so that's going to be his next stage of this game, or the next part of the plan in this game at least. So sets up for that at the moment. And yeah, the Banshee, the Hellions, the Cloaking all coming through, drones and the Ling still building as well, so again, a lot of that just coming by for the moment. Hellions are going to get back around over to the right-hand side. See what we can do next. Hellions will get one drone. Again, that hatch on that right side going to be hanging out there as well. Hellions put some damage onto it, so the hatch takes a few hits. Nothing too crazy. A couple of engineering bays are going to come down at the front as well, so just going to put that into position here. And as the Hellions shoot a few more drones, and now the Ling's coming in from the top side. Going to try and chase those Hellions around a little bit as well, so in they go. And we've seen a couple of those Hellions already getting picked away at. They're building, drones building. Extra barracks and triple engineering bay, probably not intentional, but yeah, he's quadruple engineering bay, and yeah, he didn't realize he's already built two. It's a little bit of a mistake from Milky Cow. Is that Banshee going to be a double Banshee on the fourth base in a moment? Some pressure on, that hatchery will finish. All of the things coming up at the moment here from Minizig, the Bane Nest, the double Evo chamber. We did finish the extra two engineering bays from Milky Cow, so unfortunately he didn't realize that that was the case, so that's minus some minerals that he did not really need to spend in that regard. Banshee still putting some work in. 5, 6 more drones going down. 6, make it 7 more drones. Good damage done there. The infestation pit still continuing to come through. Again, Carapace upgrade coming up as well, so again, some extra bits and pieces all coming online right now. Just going to see how 1-1 upgrade's going about. The Banshee's going to get in after some drones as well, so just going to get a little bit more value for the moment. And again, the Banshee's going to end up getting chased away for a second. Marines will pin up a couple of lings that try and come across the map just to get a bit of a spot as to what's going on. Again, 1-1 on combat shield building through as well. The melee upgrades and the baneling speed also building into place right now. I'll see a chunk of mules dropping down over here, Milky Cow. I have a little bit of a supply lead right now. I mean, this kind of feels like what we saw earlier from Minizerg against Foxer, for example, where I feel like it's just difficult for him to, like, sometimes in the mid-game when it's a normal game, he was kind of ending up in a bit of a rough position. That said, he is rushing up to Hive, and if you survive the rush up to Hive, then brilliant, you're going to be in a good place, right? So there is that kind of aspect to it, and if you understand that and you play around that idea, then what he's doing is absolutely fine, absolutely, so... See how it turns out. Melee upgrade still building through. +2/+2 on the way. Combat shield building. All that coming up as well. He's going to just stem in, get a bit of creep spread. Always nice to get rid of the creep. As Carapace finishes up, the Ling's going to get a better fight now. Queen's going to get after one of those medevacs, maybe. I think the Queen should be more aggressively target firing. They could have had a medevac there, I think. Couple Lings will get onto the siege tank. There's nothing nearby. Oh, sorry, there's Marines on the natural, but they might still get the tank. Tank just survives. A lot of Marines on the other side as well. Ultra Cavan coming in. We're getting close to the point where things are going to look a lot better. And right now, if you're defending a lot with very little, that's going to do you a lot of favors. And right now, that is the case. We're defending a lot with little, so that is helping. The few Zerglings coming over. Just going to see those couple depots. Trouble again, going to jump back onto the same siege tank. This time I think we're actually going to get the kill on that tank. And the feelings get away. Love the run-bys. Love the spot as well in that fourth base. Seeing that that's coming into play is just a nice little confirmation on top of everything else. So knowing where your opponent is at and how this is playing. Jump onto this army. Medevacs at the front are super low, by the way. We do waste a couple of Balins on a tank. Minizerg has so little supply. He has a bunch of money. He's starting up Kindness Plane, he's starting up 2-2 upgrades, like he's starting up so much, but he needs units right now. These Marines are so low, losing a lot of the Balings. One Baling connects in here, but it was the only Baling, and the Marines will just stand and fight. We stim again. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the Queen's almost cleaned this out, because like we're genuinely at the point where so much damage is being taken. My goodness. My goodness. Lots of damage being taken. Marines in the tank coming back around. Just going to be seeing the tank shot is going to go off on a couple of those Lings as well. Marines still pushing down to the bottom. Still looking to chase over here for a few moments. So get a bit more pressure in and see what we do next. The Marine's going to get over here. This hatchery taking some more damage as well. A little bit extra coming through on that one as we just see this base going down. And Milky Cow is going to take a game in this series and bring it back by a map over Minizerg here on Winter Madness. Just a very standard game. And like I say, I think a situation that we've kind of seen brewing in the previous games, which is that sometimes you can just see that Milky Cow is, or see that Minizerg in the mid game is just not solid, and I think that's why Milky Cow just needs to play solid and standard, and timings like this I think is where Minizerg gets into trouble, because he's being greedy trying to set up into these ultras, and that's definitely punishable, and it's definitely being punished here. GG's. Milky Cow takes a map, and this series goes on. Qualification for Minizerg not guaranteed just yet. Alright. Thanks for all the work you do, Wardy. Thank you so much. Over on the YouTube, thanks for the kind comment. Have not seen, looked much on YouTube today, guys. Sorry. Been a bit bad at reading the chat, so. Still appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It'll take a moment to host up a game 4 of this one. Just a few moments' time. Yeah, this is just a much more content. Like, this is how I actually thought this series would go. I thought Milky Cow was going to be a big favorite. I thought he was going to come in. I thought he was going to show us that he was clearly a favorite. And like, maybe Minizerg has a good game or so, because we've seen him kind of do that. Like, the first game I was like, okay, I see it. But, like, this is more what I thought from Milky Cow. Just, like, he's a favorite. Play like the favorite. Play standard. You don't need to mix it up too much. Like I said, just play like you're the favorite. And that's exactly what we started to do here now. And that definitely seemed to work out a little bit better. We'll see what game 2 looks like. Get into this in a couple moments. Go GLHF Gold. Get this ready to go, 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 go. Alright, guys, kick this off. White Rapid gonna be our map for map 4. Let's get this underway. As in the bottom left, it is gonna be our red Terran player, like I say, taking a map. Milky Cow, keeping this series alive, not letting it come to a close just yet. Top right hand side, the blue Zerg is Mini Zerg. Game 4. Set this up, get this going. See what we can do. Get this underway. Next on the gas coming through. I'm excited to see what the fourth map shows us. Can Mini Zerg qualify, or does Milky Cow bring us to the drama of a Game 5? Those are our questions. Just got some pool all building up and get this set into play. And appreciate you guys joining us today. We got one more of these challenger brackets tomorrow. There's also a U-Thermal 2v2 circuit tomorrow, guys. We're gonna jump in for a bit of that when the OSC event wraps up tomorrow. So a little double tourney action for you guys tomorrow. Should be some fun as well. So looking forward to that. And then WardiTV Mondays are back on Monday, believe it or not. Should also be fun. Magic Gas Pool coming in, Reaper coming up. I was just going to see the Command Center and the SCV continue to build by for a couple of moments. Got a lot of this on the way through for now. Mentioned a couple of Queens build, a Link Speed coming through as well. Again, Command Center, the Factory, and the Reactor all building up, and the Reaper gonna fight against a couple of the Zerglings already, so again, a bit more damage being done. Reaper will be there, a couple of Zerglings get chased out and about. I'm just gonna be seeing Lings and chased around for a few moments. Again, the Queen gonna be there on top of the Reaper. Factory is about to complete. And yeah, double Command Center building up, so there's gonna be triple CC that we head into. No surprises there, like I say. I think Milky Cow's best shot is to play like he's the favorite, and worked in the last game, and so far he's doing it again here. Just standard, startup, playing kind of like the favorite, and getting into that for the moment. So we'll come up, little grenade going down, gonna bump the Queen back for the moment as well. It's just gonna chase that straight out of here. And again, the Hellions coming up and settled in general for a couple moments. And yeah, Queen's Lings all building through. Commands into Hellions building as well. And you get that on the go for the moment. Hellions will chase. The Reaper and the Hellions go back the other way for a few seconds, so nothing too crazy. And again, Queens and the drones building up. Infernal Preignited will start. We're back to this kind of double. This time it's double factory, which I like a lot more. Last time we went up to triple factory, then switched into bio. I wouldn't even hate it if this was double factory into bio. Like, double factory Blue Flame into bio was a build a long time ago, but it was still a build. Whereas triple factory is just so much more of an investment. My main issue really came from the triple factory last time. Yeah, this is going to be double factory into bio. But I think that's fine. Like, it's less invested. Not great if you lose your first Hellions, but obviously you're going to be building a bunch more. That really was a good shutdown by Mini Zerg initially, so the first Hellions do absolutely nothing. Hellions gonna shoot. A couple Lings going down. Infernal Pre-Igniter and Stim still building. Hellions are producing SCVs on the way out as we speak as well. So again, bringing a lot of that up and running for the moment. Bane and Nest spores building through. Again, the extra drones and the Lings building as well. Just have that lab morphing onto the natural. A couple of Evo chambers will also build into place just for a second or two. Get a lot of this setting up and rumbling. This Hellion count is obviously very high with the engineering bays coming in behind this, and the extra barracks, like I say, fully into that bio follow-up. I wonder how many Hellions we keep building, or if he cuts away from Hellions soon to kind of afford the Marines, and then maybe goes into like Widow Mines or so again, like we saw that previously. I actually like the concept of how he switched it up after the initial starting point last time around. It's a lot of Queens. Obviously, the Ling portion of this goes down very quickly. Didn't get a shot off toward the Lings there. He keeps hitting the Queens, which obviously the Blue Flame doesn't really help against, and that's going to be 7 dead Hellions, and we've killed 14 Lings. This is not what you need. Like, this is not the efficiency you're looking for with this build. The Milky Cow does not get off to a good start. We're going to go Rotron from Minizerg. He's still going to go melee upgrades. I kind of like it. The Rotron's a bit of a safety layer just in case this is truly fully mech. I like the melee upgrades that can still be useful against mech as well, and he says, you know what, that's just going to be my investment. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's cool. Again, one on upgrades. The combat shield continue to come around. Marines and medevacs continue out. The barracks coming up. Rotron is going to be finishing very shortly as well. Again, infestation bit coming through. The hatchery coming online. Melee upgrades and the bailing speed still coming in. A couple Lings going to jump onto the SCVs on the left-hand side as well. The Marines step over there. A couple Lings go down. Hellions will fight against the rest of those Lings, so a bit more damage being done again. 6 more SCVs going down. The Marines continue to fight. Again, a lot of these Lings going down. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield. Still producing for the moment. And the Lings will try and fight. 10 SCVs going down. A couple of the Banelings now morphing into the corner of that base, so 10 SCVs down. A couple of Banes could honestly be very cool if they're not seen and they just show up and you're not paying attention because he's looking at the main base mini map. And depends where Milky Cow is at. Let's watch his point of view. He sees it now. Banes have speed, and we'll just crash in for a couple more workers. Yeah, cool realization. He did notice that he did get over there in time. He does fix that issue before it becomes an issue, or becomes a bigger issue, I should say, in the grand scheme of things. Now Marine tank pushing across the map. Gonna get a move along as well for the next couple moments. And Bano is immediately ready to jump on this. This is where, like I said, I don't love it for Milky Cow, because I feel as though when Minizerg gets away with a good early game, Minizerg seems to be booming. Like, he seems to be in such a good spot a lot of the time from this sort of position, and it definitely feels like the kind of case right now is these Marines trying to step through. The Queens are going to be there as well. Going to see the Italians, the Marines can actually morph them into Hellbats. Milky Cow still trying to push through this. The Banes take a step back. We need to get rid of the Hellbats initially. Should really be kind of leading with the Banes, I feel like, to get rid of the Hellbats a little bit. Widow Mines do not go down. Well, they do. One of them went down finally. These last couple of Banes trying to connect, but not reaching far enough. Widow Mine goes off onto the Queens in the end, so a little bit more damage dealt there. This is getting very tense as the Queens going to pull back over. The Ling Bane's going to gather together. Queen's still trying to be part of this defense. We need more Banelings. These Hellions still moving into Hellbats are an issue. That's why we need the Hellbats the Banelings, sorry, to really push those Hellbats down quickly in these situations. The Banes getting targeted. Good control by Milky Cow. Forced to lift up in the end there, though. And that's why you can maybe jump on some of the reinforcements as Minizerg. Ultra Cavern is ticking along. If we keep building Marine Hellion, we're not going to have an answer to Ultras. So, as Adrenal Glands and 2-2 upgrades come up, I mean, this pressure is consistent. Milky Cow is right to not let up because he's got Minizerg a little bit on the ropes. But Minizerg is getting closer and closer to the point at which he is going to defend against this. And if he defends, like I say, the follow-up is going to be great. If he can defend against this, I mean, that's the question mark, right? I'm saying he's getting close to defending. I mean, he's getting close to the Ultras, really. So if he defends this, it would be brilliant. He's going to lose this forward base in the end. Going to lose a lot of the Banes to that Widow Mine shot. More Banes roll in, but they hit the Hellbat on their own. And that's not the efficiency we're looking for as Milky Cow just looking like a different beast in this game number 4. Marine's still stemming up. The Overlord's taking damage. A lot more damage being done. The drone's still dropping down. The Queens are going to get jumped on. A couple of Banes are going to get dropped, and that is going to be pretty much that. +2 Carapace, and the Evo Chamber goes down. The Rotron falls. And a lot of this being cleaned out already. That is going to be game 4. That's going to take us to a game 5. We're going to get the full series as Milky Cow is bringing it back. Ultras are spawning, but they have no upgrades yet, and that's going to be GG. Milky Cow just hits before the Ultras are ready. That's the secret. Once the Ultras out, Mini-Zerg seems great. And I thought he actually had a way to defend this, but he had just a couple of fights that started to go a little bit wrong, a little bit inefficiently toward the very end, unfortunately. And that's going to give us this game 5, which means we get one final map here this evening, guys. One final game coming up. Head into this in a moment and kick this off as soon as our players are ready to go, go, go. Alright, so we'll be kicking this off in a second. Just waiting for everyone to host. We'll go in game. One final map. Wrap up the day. Game 5. Winner qualifies, loser will have to play in one last qualifier tomorrow if they want one final chance to make it in. Ruby Rock, Ruby Rock. Alright, everyone's getting in here. Be set in just a moment or so. We're ready to kick this off. Make this happen. Started, but then Milky Cow left the lobby. This sorted out a bit more properly or so. I'm not sure what the dealio is, but trying to figure this out. Goes GLHF's being called. Alright, heading into Ruby Rock. Let's kick this off and get into action. I want to see the Milky Cow Ghost Hellbat opener. That'd be fun. That'd be kind of wild, honestly. I'd be down to see what happened if he did it. Not sure it'd end well, but I'd be down, you know. Alright, let's jump in. As we have in the top left side, in this 2-game winning streak, it is going to be our Red Terran, Milky Cow. Taking on the blue Zerg in the bottom right, we have Mini Zerg. Game 5 of the series. What do we get? Look to wrap this one up. Overlord on the way. Get that started. To begin with, it's going to be seeing the CC on the way through. Building some SCVs. Hatch starting us off. Like I say, Milky Cow played some nice, solid, just standard games, and I really think that's just what he needs to stick to here for this final game personally. We'll see if he feels the same or differently about it these next couple of minutes. See what kind of build he goes for. No proxy on the map, at least. He's not going to go for that Reaper once again. That's something, if nothing else. TC drops down, Orbital and the Reaper continue up, so we're just going to get that straight into position here. Get that ready to roll out. Again, factory building, CC on the way. See the Reaper across the map here just for a moment or two. And yeah, link speed building, a couple of queens on the way, and a lot of this on the go. Commands into the factory building, Reaper heads down to the bottom side. We're just going to go back and forth, a couple of lings going to get jumped on, it's going to be seeing the Reaper grenading, a couple of drones get bogged right off the starting point of this. And away we begin. What does Milky Cow go for? Like, does he want to blue flame it up again? Honestly, the Hellbats did a lot of the tanking in that last game as well. They did a lot of a lot of good for you toward the end. That's something we want to aim for once more. Do we have a different idea of what this plan's going to be? Throws the grenade down. Just going to see the starport in the command center building on up. Let's say again to what feels like a very normal build at the moment for Milky Cow. Let's see building like Minizerg has shown us. Obviously, again, he's so good if he can get to the ultras alive, but he plays greedy to get to those ultras, and that's been his weak point. So does he have something else planned, or does he continue to remain to have a weakness here? This is the issue, in when it comes to getting good at StarCraft 2. Playing best of 3s is one thing, but then you get to best of 5s, and it's like running out of steam in SC2 is a very real thing, because it's not just running out of steam, it's your opponent figuring out what you're good at. It's your opponent figuring out what is working for you, right? Like, and when they figure those things out, life becomes a whole lot more difficult. So, yeah, this is definitely interesting to see what the end point is probably going to come out to be, I guess. Roachron on the way. Yeah, I like it. It's something very different. We've seen melee upgrades again and again. I like it. Roach is on the way. A lot of gas saved up, so we're going to get aggressive as well. Now, the Banshee is a good call for Milky Cow in this case, because obviously that gives you a defense against Roaches, but if this is a committed push across the map, Banshee alone doesn't always stop the Roaches before they do a whole bunch of damage, right, is what it comes down to. So that's going to be kind of what we have left up in the air here. As these few Hellions try and move forward, the Queen's are going to be there, Rock's going to take some damage. He hits coming straight through. While engineering base building up, Banshee in the cloaking continues out, scanning over, trying to see what's up, trying to see what else is going on for the moment. It's the lanes that are following this up. The Roaches start to get across the map without being seen. The Hellions off to the left-hand side, so no vision around the right. We are building a bunker, however, behind a wall off, and the Banshee stays at home, so that does feel good. As the Ravagers morphing in. Where the Banshee's going to be. The Banshees are kind of heading forward as well. They just saw the Roaches, so they can start to chip through the Ravagers. So that's going to be damage coming out here immediately from Milky Cow. Of course, the Battles will miss because this is not Milky Cow's first rodeo. He's not going to let the Ravagers just bow down his most important units at this point in the game, obviously. As now we see the Ravagers going to threaten at the front. Running through. I mean, Lings need to run into this. No point kind of hitting the wall off. They kind of went in an odd direction for a second there. Like I said, the Banshees will do a lot. But what you can do here right now is you can absolutely, with these Zerglings, try and make a difference. I'm just not sure if it's really working. The Lings are going to get rid of the bunker. Like I say, the defense is honestly just pretty solid just through and through. Like, there's not a lot of defense to really... there's not a lot of kind of real offense to make here. The Ravagers got cleaned up. Now on our way to Laren Drones. This was just a great defense from Milky Cow. Puts himself in a great position. And this game number 5 maybe decide on a Roach shove that just goes nowhere. As Minizerg tries to switch it up, and it just ran into something that was already very solid in honesty. I think is one of the main issues just to start out with nothing else to be said. So yeah. See a few Hellions, the Marines gather up, a couple of drones going down because now the Banshees get to go across the map and they can deal some more damage. 4 workers already being picked away at 5 workers going down, in fact, so we get quite a lot of damage able to be done here for a few moments. Marine tank, Hellion all joining up together, the 1-1 upgrades coming through, everything else on the way over. Just going to see the 1-1 combat shield again going to be a part of this, the Bane Nest, and so coming by as well. I mean, Minizerg just not well set up at all for the longer game. As Milky Cow hits the upgrades, he will get into such a better position, will be getting into such a better place. He sees how much is that, and he just says, GG, I'm done. He's like, I've had enough. I'm done with this. GG's, gets out of there. And that will be that. Thank you so much for watching today, guys. Milky Cow qualifies another Terran into the lower bracket, as that will be our day. Thank you so much for watching. It has been a pleasure on a double stream today. I'll be back tomorrow for some more OSC Challenger bracket action, as well as some Youth Thermal 2v2 circuit, presuming that is something we can still get into. I think we should be able to, so I think we will try to make that happen tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. TLDR. I'll see you guys there. Thanks so much for watching, and thank you to OSC, Ladder Legends, Dave Tester, and all the rest for supporting as well. And we will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2.